I think just that Akelo will still be out and then one other bowler will replace her.
Okay. Good luck in the game. Captain Janet, what would you have liked to do if you had won the toss?
I think we're happy with the ball. There was a bit of a rain last night, so the wicket's a bit damp, and the outfield's still a bit wet, so it's a good chance for our bowlers to come. I think Amuge, and Walaza, my top bowling pair will have a good chance to try and swing the ball here and there. Yeah.
Okay, the Avengers are batting first. What total would you like to restrict them to?
I think anything below 100 is a score that my team can chase. Yes.
Okay, are there any changes to your side this morning?
Yes, I'll have Nakasaj Judith come in for Hope Mbeza. Yeah.
Okay, good luck in the game. And from the center, the Choga Avengers have won the toss and have elected to bat first.
And that was the story in the middle with the Choga Avengers reeling to go and looking to bat. It's a wonderful sunny morning right here at the Lugogo Cricket Oval. It's a beautiful day. Great Lakes Tournament, women's tournament here. It is the third day. Earlier on, there was a rain delay in the morning. That's why the game has been reduced to 14 overs a side. I am Michael Gressendiko here in the comms, and I'm not alone. I'm joined by Naomi Kayondo. Welcome, Naomi. Good morning.
Good morning, Mike, and thank you very much. It's nice to be here at the Lugogo Cricket Oval, and I'm really happy that the sun is now out, and this looks like it's going to be a great day of cricket, match day number 3 of the Great Lakes Women's Tournament.
Indeed, a great day it's going to be. Of course, the previous 2 days have seen the game building up so nicely here. Of course, the past scores have been a bit about there in 100, and all the different girls and ladies have been expressing themselves. Of course, one of the teams, the thing that stands out is that they are actually the under 19 side in the composition of the Blasters, and we saw them going to a doubleheader yesterday. It's all happening here at Lugogo Cricket Oval. In case you're anywhere nearby, look to come over.
Good observation there, Mike, especially for that under 19 side. We'll quickly go through the teams, Mike, and just for the preference of color, I will take on the Choga Avengers, who are dressed in purple, and you will do the Victoria Strikers, who are dressed in blue this morning. So for Choga Avengers, Fiona Kulume, the captain, Kevin Awino, wicketkeeper, Alako Proskovia, Malisa Ariokot, Namiro Mary, Akiteng Sarah, Nyeima Divine Gabriela, Ninsima Peace, Kisa Anna Mary, Amayo Martha, Akelo Ruth will be sitting out today, Nalumansi Reste, Amite Gloria will also be sitting out, and Akidi Susan. So for the first 11, Fiona, Kevin, Alako, Malisa, Namiro, Akiteng, Nyamer, Ninsima, Kisa, Amayo, and Nalumansi for the Choga Avengers.
Yeah, thank you, Naomi, for that. Indeed, as we can see here, the Victoria Strikers have Mbabazi Janet, of course, the captain, and Elizabeth Acheng, Stephanie Nampina, Amongi Naomi Jen, Lona Anyait, Ruth Mwanga, Alanyo, Angel Michelle, Sarah Walaza, Lalam Jackie, Nakasaga Judith, Eloyd Joan, Apio Blessing, Amuge Kevin, and Alo Rita. It is going to be, apart from Amongin, Naomi, and Lona Anyait, will be the players that will be rested, and the rest will be taking the field. As you can see already, the Victoria Strikers in that light blue, ready and willing to go.
Mike, the Victoria Strikers, the captain, Babazi, herself mentioned that they still would have liked to have a ball first, which means that they are actually doing what they wanted to do first. But for the table standings at the end of match day number 2 of this tournament, the Choga Avengers, who are dressed in purple and black, who are batting first this morning, have played 2 matches and won both games. The Bunyoni Warriors, captained by Rita Musamali, come in second position, playing 2 matches and winning only 1. The Victoria Strikers, who are bowling first this morning, captained by Mbabazi Janet, have played 2 matches and lost 1-1. And the Mburo Blasters, that under-19 side that you have spoken about, have played 2 matches in this tournament and not been able to win any game. So for the standings, that is the order, and here we go.
And fast off there, Kevin Awino picking up a single, just nudging it down the leg, allowing for the rotation of the strike for her teammate in Proskovia Lako to take the strike. I tell you, it's going to be such an interesting matchup here because Kevin Amuge bowling to Proskovia Lako. Of course, these have been together from many years ago, number of years ago in their academy there in Soroti Cricketer Academy. But they find themselves now in the more elite setup today. How do you see this panning out? Well, first off, immediately, it's just that dot ball. And, of course, Kevin Amuge trying to find her bearings. She hasn't necessarily had, so far, a memorable kind of bowling experience in the tournament, but definitely this is a good day to bounce back.
Kevin Amuge continuing to, attempt to improve her bowling figures. Looking at the top bowlers in this tournament, Kevin Amuge surprisingly has not featured. But on the other side, those opening batters for the Avengers, Kevin Awino has so far been the highest scorer in this tournament, scoring a 34. And her colleague, Proskovia Alako, attempting to get into that top order of batters, but has not been that much successful. Also, I noticed that the Avengers have tweaked their batting lineup a bit because Proskovia has been coming 1 down. But this time, I think because the overs have been shortened and they must win so that they are not knocked out, I think the coach found it wise to give Alako the opportunity to come top of the order to, have the chance to score more runs in this game.
Well, it is a dream come true for many a fan that have been actually trying to call for that change up to have Proskovia Lako, even when she turns out for the senior side, coming earlier on, probably if not opening the batting about 1 down or 2, because of her ability, the power hitting game that she brings to her game.
Alako rocks back and plays that just short of that point region, and they're not able to take a single. Closing off the first over, the Avengers are just on just that 1 run.
And it will be Naomi Jane coming from the shell end, opening the bowling. Of course, these two have always been partnering up, especially even for the Victoria Pals. And they get an opportunity again today to practice their partnership as a bowling unit Of course, Kevin Amuge, they are now at the fine leg position. I feel it's always better that way traditional after the ball has completed their bowling to try and have a rest a bit at the fine leg region.
An opportunity goes begging for Naomi, who is actually top of the bowling charts, having bowled 7 overs, conceded 24 runs, and has picked up 5 wickets. She had an opportunity to maybe pick her 6th with that return given to her by Kevin, but she's operating at a very good economy of just 3.4. Naomi Amongin.
Very well said there indeed, because at the moment she has looked more with better control, more consistency in her bowling. And that's exactly what you want, especially in this shorter version of the game. Remember, it's a reduced game, 14 overs.
Kevin Awino judging that a bit short pitched, and she tries to sweep that one away, gets that top edge flying over the square leg region and allowing them to take the much needed 2 runs.
Yes, it was always going to turn out into more of a slog sweep, not well timed.
Chance goes begging. Kevin seems to be in a hurry. Plays that one to the short cover region. And that attempted catch by Michelle Ariago. Not very successful there. Putting her down. And Kevin lives to die another day.
Well, it will not be any other day, but right about now, as that catch is completed, it will be that catch having been completed there by Stefan Nampina, because it was the leading edge of Kevin Awino's bat. And she has to take that lonesome long walk back to the dugout of the Choga Avengers.
After facing only 6 balls, Kevin Awino has to depart. But for me, it was showing a bit of signs of restlessness, because that top edge with that attempt to sweep it got them the 2 and she survived. The next ball, she still played it in the air. She was put down. I guess her chances were done. And with that leading edge in the fly gully region, Stephanie Nampina happily completes that catch. With that dismissal, brings in Malisa Ariokot, who has been contributing largely for the Avengers side. And she joins Proskovia Lako. And they have a lot of work to do, because in just 11 balls, they have lost their first wicket.
Picking up a single off her very first ball that she faces, Marisa Ariokot, will mean that clearly the game plan of the Choga Avengers is try and go hard and try and score many runs. Remember, it was their plan to bat first and try and amass at least anywhere between 70 to 80 runs in the 14 overs available. And with that, end of the over number 2 is 3 for 1, the Avengers. It will be Sarah Walaza, the change at the Ginger Road end. And clearly as well, the Victoria strikers are trying to make sure they strike early and try to get into the game. Remember, their captain, Janet Mbaba, they say they want to restrict them to below 100. I would have felt that's a bit generous considering the number of overs available. But I guess they're also looking at the resources that they have available to them in terms of their batting prowess. But Sarah Walaza to Ariokot, Malisa.
Swing and a miss. Ariokot trying to make that contact, considering that first run she scored also seemed to have been not well timed. But Malisa Ariokot there is leading with the batting charts. She's in the 2 innings that she has batted, she's amassed 56 runs, scoring at a strike rate of 105. And their striking is what she does best. She cuts that away beautifully, allowing them to run those quick 2 runs. Malisa, very powerful cutter of that ball, Mike.
I tell you, it reminds me of our head coach of the Victoria Pals in those days, Dit Muhumuza. He was a good cutter of the ball in his days for the cricket crane. So you never know whether some of those skills have already rubbed off to some of these players. But that's a very good cut shot behind point. It's another big heave from Malisa Riokot. I tell you, seems that her coach in Mr. Biaruhanga Joseph was to really go and make the most of the opportunity, trying to hit earlier on in this power play. And indeed, it will be the kind of approach that they will continue with, especially with Proskovia Lako at the non-strikers end. Another quick single there taken, completed, and there is a rotation of the strike. A bit of some positive signs coming into the game now for the Avengers.
Salawalaza drops that quick into her pads, and the steady Ariokot is able to play that, move her foot just a bit to play it to the mid-on region, allowing them to take that single. Alako Proskovia, still not yet out of the blocks, even after facing 6 balls so far. But there is a calmness that she is showing. But I'm sure with just a reminder of 11.3 overs, the coach would want her to start to get going. That is why she was sent in to open the batting with the now dismissed Kevin Awino.
She's finally off the mark and indeed gets a bit of applause from her dugout. Sounds a bit interesting there, but that will bring up the end to the 3rd over. And as it stands, they are the Avengers at 8 runs, having lost 1 wicket. And that is Naomi Jen continuing at the shell end, being given her 2nd over because her first over was very impressive with that wicket picked up of Kevin Awino. And Proskovia Lako, will she start off now?
And she does answer that question there by going over the ladies, hitting that one for a boundary, 4 runs. Alako leans into that one and plays it with a lot of power, allowing her to get that first boundary and the first boundary in the morning, the first innings of this game. Alako Proskovia on 5 runs now off the 8 balls.
Following it up, wanting to go for that big sweep shot off one knee to pick it up probably for a maximum, but just manages to glove it for a single through to fine leg region, which is recovered actually by the wicket keeper because fine leg in Kevin Amuge, she's right at the boundary trying to save the 4 runs.
That wicket keeper of the strikers in Acheng attempting to, chase that ball hard, but still that single was a given. Malisa Ariokot trying to look for where the gaps could possibly be so that they continue to rotate the strike, but the strikers' fielders are also very, very alert and awake this morning.
Clearly, it's coming towards the end of this power play period that currently the Choga Avengers are trying to take advantage of a few changes in the field now as fine leg and long on move back.
Chance for a run out, and it goes begging as there was a miscommunication between Proskovia and Malisa. They don't seem to have a very good bonding there at the wicket because that was a beautiful shot by Malisa, and Alako was caught napping, had a delayed start to that run, and the fielder in Sarah Walaza, had she been able to hit that stump first time, it would probably be a good dismissal. All the action here, the Lugogo Cricket Oval, the Victoria Strikers are playing the Choga Avengers.
She finally gets it. That shot that she's been looking for to the fine leg region, and it is 4 runs all the way. Well, a bit of some considerations there. I don't know if the umpire has signaled it, but clearly from over here, you could see that that ball rolled all the way to the cushion. But Marisa Ariokot continuing to run, ends up making it into a 3.
Closing off the 4th over, the Choga Avengers are 18 runs for the loss of just 1 wicket.
And remember, because it's 14 overs affair, the power play gets reduced from the normal 6 overs for a T20, and it becomes 4.1. And that explains why the restrictions are still there for the 2 fielders outside of the 30-yard, only allowed within the power play period, fine leg and long off. Kevin Amuge, the new bowler returning from the Ginger Road end to replace Sarawalaza in this 5th over. And that marks the end of the power play at 4.1 overs.
Mike, what the power play means for our viewers there who might not fully appreciate what that is that there is a restriction, especially with regards to the number of fielders that can stand outside the 30-yard circle. So in those first 4.1 overs, the Victoria Strikers were only limited to having just 2 fielders outside the 30-yard. But now that the power play is completed, they are able to have as many as 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. And that is what the power play means. And Malisa, noticing that a few fielders have now been sent out, she nicks that one to the square leg region, allowing them to comfortably take another single to keep the scoreboard ticking.
I tell you now, it's always a double-edged sword because you wonder, will the batters be able to hit over the infield to take advantage of the power play period? Yet some batters may actually be comfortable just picking up the singles once you open up the field. Another case in point there. Suddenly, the singles rotational strike is more plausible with this period of play now that the power play period is over. Malisario Court picking up a single, and Proskovia Lako also responding in like measure. They are rotating the strike at the moment.
Mike, we've seen Alako caught in between, trying to move forward and playing that, that back foot shot. And that explains why that ball ended up somewhere towards the, handle, top edge of that bat, because there was a bit of uncertainty. But the beauty of it is that all of those are runs, adding on to that Avengers total. And most importantly is the rotation of strike.
And as the saying goes, once you rotate the strike, you give a lot of thought to the bowler who ends up swaying or moving away from their consistent line. And that one going down towards the pads of Malisa Ariokot, she just manages to nag it down off her pads. It is 4 runs off her feet, and that is exactly what the Avengers, Choga Avengers won. As you can see in that particular replay, she ends up just picking it up and nudging it, guiding it comfortably.
A powerful striker of the ball, Malisa, continuing to play those beautiful shots, Mike. I think I would be correct to say she flicked it beautifully. And it was the arms follow through that looked even better for that lady. Putting on a purple shirt, Malisa rolling at 10 runs off 11 balls. Noticing that that flick was played, there has been a change in the field setup. Long on, long off to protect that side. There is a deep square, and they've moved someone to that short fine leg region. And this time she sees the gap through the gully region and plays it comfortably that side. Very good cricket.
Sometimes it's always a question about changing. Do you continue to be offensive, attacking, or do you become immediately defensive once you open up the field after the power play period? Well, that remains a debate, because at the end of the 5th over, the Choga Avengers are now at 25 for 1.
Mike, the umpires in the middle, I will just talk about them. Nobatabi, very experienced, very skilled, and a very good human. They are standing at the square leg region. But this morning, my flowers will go to the lady who is the main umpire at this particular over. While at it, Malisa plays that leading edge, and a catch is completed by the bowler herself in Ruth. Very dolly catch there. Dismissing Malisa Ariokot, who has been striking that ball hard for 11 runs just after facing 12 balls.
You can see there Ruth Mwanga, a hint of in swing, and that ball just beguiling Maria Ariokot. She literally closes her bat. As you can see there, she closes her bat earlier on, trying to pick up runs on the leg side as she's been doing before. She's very annoyed with herself, has to take that walk back, and Ruth Mwanga, the new bowler from the Shell End, is very glad to pick up a wicket on her very fast delivery.
Mike, to complete my flowers, the lady there standing, main umpire, this particular over, Sherry Pal Kutaka. Sherry is also growing in the umpiring ranks. And this morning, she's standing in with Nobata B. Very good work done by the umpires of the game, who are also tasked to ensure that the game is played in the spirit of cricket. Flowers to Nobat, Abi, and Kutaka Sherry Pal this morning.
Very well deserved flowers. But there is another particular interesting player that has come in Mary Nander, coming in at Marina Miro coming in at number 4. As you can see, her intentions are very clear. She will not have any sighters, whether in swing or out swing. She will go for it, almost taking off the head there of the umpire after receiving her wonderful flowers from my co-commentators in Naomi here. But it's just a single because there is cover at long off and long on.
Namiro has had an interesting passage of play in the last engagements that she has had, but I think this message, that first delivery, she faced and played it with so much intent, communicates something, and now unfortunately, chance for a run out goes begging. Miscommunication between Alako and Namiro. Alako Proskovia, the senior of the two batters, not very certain that her calling is doing the best. Confuses the youngster in Namiro. Namiro definitely has a God who is watching over her, giving her that second opportunity, because that throw from the gully fielder was not captured by Ruth, the bowler, to effect the run out. What a chance.
Well, the commentators, I don't know what to call it, but there you are. Ruth Namiro was in a hurry to get onto the strike, and she nicks that back. But in all fairness, Naomi, it was actually Mary Namiro's call. And knowing that this is a shortened game, they need to take as many singles as possible.
In your frame, that replay, that flight feather, that slight feather, sending Namiro back into the dugout. Very, very unfortunate. She's had to walk off with just that one run. Very tough passage of play for her in the last engagement. But with that, brings in the captain. With that dismissal, brings in the captain, Fiona Egaru, who won the toss this morning and chose to bat first. I think with just those 8.2 overs to go, the captain knows that she'll have to contribute a big percentage of the runs to be able to put on a defendable total, Mike.
Well, you must also give credit to the young lady in Ruth Mwanga, who has consistently asked of the batters in that line, corridor of uncertainty. And she does actually snare already couple of wickets, caught and bowled, and then with the wicket keeper as well. Very good job there being done by Ruth. Currently plying her trade as well for Gayaza High School. She had a bit of a low-key tournament at the National Girls Schools Cricket Week, probably only getting a bit of accolades with her bat in one of the matches. But today, here at the higher stage, elite game in the Great Lakes tournament, she's really going about her business. Keeping Captain Kulume Egaru Fiona quiet. Couple of dot balls at such a period of time, almost a halfway stage, will bring up the end over the 6th over. It is 27 for 3. Choga Avengers. Well, it will be a new partnership being built here between Proskovia Lako, who has already been around, already 13 balls, 12 runs to show. Not definitely her best, but she has an opportunity now because there is a spinner that will be coming on.
The spinner in Lona Anyait starts the over with just that dot ball. Alako attempting to see that one match, and yes, she gets a baton to it, playing it finer of the fine leg region, finer, allowing them to take a single run.
Well, I'm thinking that must have been a very big turn because umpire no better be signaling wides. I also thought actually that was off the gloves or something bad of Proskovia Lako, but yeah, the signal from the middle is wides, and that will mean that she has to reload that particular ball, Lona Anyait.
Reloading that ball. Is very happy with that dot ball. And another one swinging slightly over those stumps. And you can see her disappointment because that looked like it was going to hit the stumps. But the captain in Fiona is still at that crease. Very good sights here at the Lugogo Cricket Oval. The Avengers won the toss and elected to bat first. The captain on the wicket right now. Still not yet out of the blocks after facing 5 balls. Partnering with Proskovia Alako, a Victoria Pulse player with 12 runs of 14 balls. The task ahead is still big.
Bit of intention there, trying to turn that, stepping across by Fiona Kulume, trying to access the leg side. And that's why it implies that Lona Anyait will have to try and ball it further out to the offside. Successfully accomplishing that delivery meant that it's another dot ball, bringing up just only the 2 runs from our over, from those extras, as well as the single taken by Proskovia Lako. It is still just a 29 for 3 after 7 overs. Good aerial view there, good aerial shot from our producers. Credit to the dream catchers. And it is another change as Alio
is welcomed into the bowling attack by Proskovia Lako, who plays that one over the inner ring all the way to the Longon region, allowing them to take 2 runs. But what the strikers have done is that they have put their best fielders in those regions. Sarah Walaza in the Kaukona region, Stephanie Nampina on the long off, and Janet Mabazi on the long off, the captain herself, to ensure that they cover that whole area because they know Alako's strength. And indeed, strength there. She goes again on one knee and sweeps that square, not allowing Sarah Walaza to even think about chasing it or defending it. Another much needed boundary for the Choga Avengers.
For sure, Aliorita, not a very easy passage of play to come into the bowling ranks at the moment. But this will also be a great opportunity. As you can see, indeed, getting down on one knee, Proskovia Lako picks it up for one bounce towards her dugout. And it is another chance of a run out, but it will not be possible because Aliorita had already knocked down the stumps, and it would have taken some bit of doing to know how to actually set them up again and complete the run out.
Miscommunication again. This is the 3rd time Alako is caught guilty of that. It has happened with her captain Fiona Kulume. It happened with Malisa Ariokot, and it has happened again with Mary Namiro. Something that she will need to think about as a senior batter for the Victoria Pals. Just to compensate what happened, she strikes that all the way down to the long on region to allow them to take another single. Adding on to that, Avengers total now at 36 runs.
Very well pulled towards square leg, but just picking up a single. Fiona Kulme, because it is well covered by Sarah Walaza, who has to make some ground and ensure that he keeps that just to a single. And indeed, the Choga Avengers will complete their 8th over at 37 runs for 3.
Would like to thank our partners and sponsors for this tournament. The Great Lakes Women's T20 tournament is organized by Cricket Uganda, who have been supported and sponsored by Leica Mobile, and our recent partners, Jib, who are our refreshments partner, especially with the water. This is match day number 3 of the tournament. And in the afternoon, while the morning Victoria Strikers are playing Choga Avengers, in the afternoon the Bunyonyi Warriors will be taking on the Mburo Blasters. Coming in from the Ginger Road end, Sarah Walaza is given that ball to try and create more damage, because the Avengers have lost 3 important wickets in those first 8 overs.
Speaking about the changes in bowling, one would have thought that, for example, Ruth Mwanga picking up those 2 wickets, and very important wickets at that period in time, of both Namiro, Mary, and Mariokot Malisa, you would have thought she would have immediately got a second chance of another over. But, well, it was preferred that Alio Rita comes on. I mean, what do we know here in the comms? All we do is we are seated and enjoying. But that is a very good big swing of the bat. Past the bowler to pick up a single by Fiona Kulume.
Alako Proskovi attempting to go big, striking that ball hard. But this time, the athletic Naume Amongin in that long-on region doesn't allow them to take the second run, because she's covering ground and throwing in that ball as fast as possible, which are all good signs of players that have been training, players whose fitness is up there, and players whose intent is quite clear.
While Sarah Walaza doing the job for the Victoria Strikers, as she keeps quiet, the 2 batters in this period of play, knowing that it's just now the 5.4 overs left, there will definitely be an urgency and a sense of trying to accumulate more runs. And so there will be a need to always swing that bat as well.
Swing and a miss. The captain in Fiona Egaru attempting to go big, attempting to hit that ball hard. But you can only hit it hard after you have contacted it. This particular scenario, she swings as hard as possible, but doesn't contact it, and therefore does not place it anywhere. Swing, and this time she gets to it, playing it to that long-on region. And with that fumble from Naomi Amongin on the rope, allows them to take that second run, closing off that 9th over. The Avengers are 39 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Aerial views of the Kampala scenic view, Lugogo Cricket Oval. But back here to the middle, it is business unusual for Fiona Egaru Kulume, captain, with Proskovia Lako needing to really step up the gears because they seem not to have gotten out of the second gear until now. And it will be just the two of them to do the job.
Alako Proskovia is able to strike that one all the way to the boundary because of, in the replay, that slow delivery. She takes that weight on the back foot and cuts that one. A misfield, allowing her to get that much needed boundary. Mike, I should let you know that these Choga Avengers, who are now on 45 in 9.1, have been the team with the highest score, batting score. They scored 97 for the loss of 5. But while at it, Alako Proskovia is put down. She rocks back, trying to play that one to that mid-wicket region. That youngster drops her. Not forgetting what happened. Another chance for a dismissal, but too slow to catch the first captain in Fiona Egaru, who gets home safe and dry.
Well, I would have thought otherwise about that particular bowling choice, but clearly Lona Anyait is asking the questions of the batters, and the batters have the answers today because they have moved into their third and fourth gear. Already a couple of boundaries in this over, but a very good heave there from Fiona Garukulume, captain, making sure, as you can see, they are accessing the leg side, getting the left foot out of the way, those long levers being put to use, and all that the opposing number in Captain Janet Mbabazi could manage was just to see that ball past the ropes and that cushion. More pressure onto the young bowler in Lona Anyait.
Opportunity put down again as Fiona Egaru strikes that one hard back to Lona, but she's not able to keep it in her hands. And that is put down, but there is a bit of discomfort. Possibly that ball has hit her hand. And before we know it, the physio in Imam Tugume is already a few meters away from Lona Anyait just to handle that.
As you can see there, gets a very good part of that bat onto the ball. In that replay there, clearly that ball just going above her palm and hitting around the wrist region. Just above the wrist, as you can see there, a bit of that magic spray going on. Must be very painful for Lona Anyait. Getting some encouraging words from physio Imam, who is on duty even on his Eid Adha. It's all happening for the love of the game right here at the cricket oval in Lugogo. And Lona, being the tough girl, she wants to get back to the business.
Mike, speaking about Eid, I know that you are Christian, so am I, but what do you know about this particular Eid?
I hope I'm not mistaken, but apparently it's in commemoration of Abraham when he was asked to sacrifice his son. And therefore, as a result, in commemoration of that, they have a slaughter of animals, and it's a special Eid.
Hopefully we can get some invites to this meet affair this evening. But the cricket continues here. The Choga Avengers closing off that 10th over with 50 runs for the loss of 3 wickets.
Wonderful aerial views. The arena in Zambia coming back to Lugogo right into the middle. It is a wonderful production here by our production team at Dreamcatchers. And it means also there will be a change. I've been asking for it, Naomi. It is Ruth Mwanga who is to come on at the Ginger Road end. Will it be a little too late? Because Proskovia Lako seems to be ready to swing her bat.
Looking at the passage of play, very tricky decision there for Captain Janet Mbabazi bringing back Ruth, because now Alako Proskovia is very charged at 25 of 23 balls. The captain in Fiona Egaru slightly operating below par, but at 8 of 16. The two are charged, the two are experienced. And I guess Ruth will have to raise her hand in this particular over to just confirm to her captain that and coach that she's still able to deliver those good balls even at such a time. And indeed, we're seeing that Alako misses that one also. 2 dots in a row.
It's all happening. It is the Great Lakes Women's Tournament here in Lugogo, Kampala, Uganda, Africa. If you can find your way to Lugogo, it's a place to be.
Attempting to go big this time, Ruth not surviving because that strong swing gets that leading edge flying over gully, allowing the two to take 2 quick runs to the delight of their dugout, because with just 3.5 overs to go, 3.4 overs to go, they will need to score as many runs as possible.
That's another big hit from Proskovia Lako and Kulume Fiona Egaru. Quick runner, knowing that she's coming to the danger end at the non-striker's end, makes her ground very fast, and Proskovia Lako a bit not as fast as she has been before. Could it be also that because she has been there right from ball one, Janet Mbabazi almost effecting a run out, but Proskovia Lako will continue on.
Good delivery by Ruth. 3rd dot in that over. She has been delivering, and I think that is the beauty of these youngsters. The instructions are deliver one line, some good pace, and the protection is for the captain to effect.
Speaking of the one line, it is always very tempting for a youngster because she knows she has always picked up wickets, bowled, caught, LB, by having that ball back into the batters. On that opportunity, not picking up a wicket, a chance goes begging because it lands in no man's land. It is Proskovia Lako instead who rotate the strike, and that means that the Choga Avengers will complete this 11th over at 55 runs for 3 wickets down.
Very good bowling spell there for Ruth Mwanga. In her 2 overs, she's been able to pick 2 vital wickets and conceded 7 runs. A very good bowling spell for her. And this communicates a very good message, especially within the secondary school players when they go back to their schools. After an exciting girls' cricket week, there is a lot of positive feedback to share with players, teammates, and the like. But also the spirit of cricket and the motivation within them continues to grow, which is all positives for the game of cricket in Uganda.
Sarawalaza was the change up from the shell end. And the quick 2 runs they are taken because Fiona Kulume is dealing with the quick runs. Almost a chance of a run out. That is very well hit emphatically behind point. Is a dive put in, but that will still go all the way for 4 runs because Proskovia Lako hit that in a very spirited way with all of the energy possible.
The guilty party in Alio Rita not making much of an athletic effort to stop that, but also not taking away from the fact that Alako striked that very, very hard. It went blazing like a bullet. And she continues to play those on the ground, rotating the strike. And Proskovia, together with her captain Fiona, have built a good partnership that is taking the Avengers in a very good direction. The passage of play has improved, and it is the kind of cricket that you want to see exhibited, especially by these two, who are also Victoria Pulse players.
Good rotation of strike continuing there. Fiona Egarukulume recognizing that her partner in Proskovia Lako is in that better groove at the moment to have a go at the bowlers, making sure she comes back onto strike, and it will be more pressure on Salah Walaza. Indeed, she finds another gap through cover region.
Alako Proskovia striking that, creaming that past that vacant cover region. And there's got to be a lot of covering of ground, but the comfort within which she has played it is magical. But also now she looks very comfortable. I'm assuming she's seeing the ball as big as a football size, and now she's going big and bigger. Plays that one over the lady in the inner ring to Nampina, and this time she's very certain that it is 2 runs. They look very comfortable. The strikers, fielders have a bit of energy to up in these last overs. Closing off the 12th over, Choga Avengers are 67 for the loss of 3 wickets.
That 12th over, easily the best over. Again, the aerial views neighboring the scenic Lugogo cricket oval, quite a historic site for cricket in Uganda. But in the middle there, that pair, that partnership that has built up between Fiona Egarukulma and Proskovia Lako, who has been there, of course, from the fast ball as an opener. Now on 41 of 34, Fiona's 9 of 17. But the previous over, easily the best over for the Choga Avengers because it was exactly 12 runs in that 12th over. It will be Kevin Amuge returning from the Ginger Road end.
Fiona Egaru starts off that over with picking that single run. She shimmers that down to the long on region, and they comfortably take a single. What I would like to see this partnership do is to try and go bigger and even bigger. If they scored 12 of the 12th over, maybe 13 of the 13th, and then 14 of the last one. Attempting to go big, Proskovia is caught on the rope by Naume Amongin Jen for a blustering 41 of 34 balls. Proskovia Alako.
Well, You literally got the words out of my thoughts there because I knew that at this time, indeed, Fiona Garukulume rotating the strike to make sure that Proskovia can strike that ball, but also would snare her. As you can see in that replay, she had already made up her mind she was going to go big downtown, but only manages to get the distance, the height on that ball, but not the exact distance she wanted. As you can see there, yes, gets that height on the ball, but the distance is still within the ground, and completing the catch very expertly done by Naomi. And she's always the partner bowler with Kevin Amuge, and it means that that will bring up that end to the partnership and bring into the middle Nyema. But it must be remembered that the Choga Avengers at the moment at 68 for 4 in the 13th over are looking to get that particular run rate somewhere closer to 6 and over, beyond just the current 5.51.
Nyamer must have come with instructions, strike that ball, strike it hard. And that third delivery by Kevin Amuge, she doesn't seem to have seen that one, but the instructions were swing at it, make sure you hit it.
Yeah, Nyamer Divine Gabriela.
This time she does see it, swings big, and is able to go to have that one land in no man's area, allowing them to take much needed 2 runs. What a way to get out of the blocks for Nyamer Divine Gabriela.
Indeed, that brings up at least 70 for 4 in 12.4 overs. Certainly the target by the Choga Avengers could have been somewhere closer to 84.
Nyamer works that one with a lot of energy, asking the fielders on the long on and the long off region to sprint in hard if they were to keep them away from taking the second run.
No, the reason I say 84 is because that will bring the factor of 6 runs and over, that run rate that is a bit over commanding Toto. At the moment, they are still at least somewhere those 13, 14 runs short. And Fiona Kulume, would she be able to deliver that? She manages to rotate the strike further and get onto the strike for the final over of their innings, with Kevin Amuge picking up her first wicket, completing her third over. That brings up the end of the 13th, 72 runs for 4, the Choga Avengers.
The umpire in Kutaka Sheripal signaling that slow over rate penalty, and that means that the Victoria strikers will only be allowed to have 3 fielders outside the 30-yard. That is a penalty for the slow changes within the overs. Now Amongin to deliver that last over, coming in from the shell end side. She starts that one with delivering it towards that leg side, yeah, swaying away. And of course, the wise Egaru does put a bat to it allowing them to take a quick single.
It will be Nyame, Divine, Gabriela taking on the 5 balls.
Divine has a very good idea about rotating strike and giving your captain the chance to face them more balls. And indeed, she does that, playing that one over the mid-wicket region, allowing the partnership to rotate strike.
A bit of pressure on Fiona because her strike rate of just above 50. And that is the explanation of that pressure, trying to create and manufacture something, a boundary. It is a wicket, clean ball by Naomi Jane Amongin. Fiona Kulume Garu will have to take that long walk back to her dugout. It is the final over. The Choga Avengers have lost their captain, now at 74 runs for 5.
Not the best of sights, but the captain had to do what she had to do. Sometimes the captain is required of an even much bigger shift, and we have seen Egaro Fiona trying to do that, swinging her bat, running as hard as possible. She has to depart, but after a great contribution for her side. That is the beauty in the game of cricket. With just 3 deliveries to end this first innings, the Avengers are at 74 for the loss of 5 wickets. With the dismissal of the captain, Nalumansi walks on to the crease with the task of that partnership, scoring at least maybe 6 runs of 3 balls, Mike, to get a much-needed 80, maybe.
Well, that question will only remain with Naomi Jane Amongin because she begins with a gift, granting that extra. She'll have to redo that particular ball, but more importantly, giving the batter Nalumansi an opportunity to get into the game with lesser pressure. But I tell you, it can't be any lesser because these are the last 3 balls of the game.
Swing and a miss, while Resta was given an opportunity to get into the game. The pace of the ball is not something that she anticipated, but as a mid-order batter, she still has an opportunity for these last 2 balls to show her coach that she's able to contact that ball. Contact is what she does, and they're able to go for that single, allowing Nyamere Divine, who has been there a bit longer, to face the last ball of the innings.
I tell you, the previous ball of Naluma Sirita, she was actually very much leg side, showing all her 3 stumps. And she makes that slight adjustment, getting closer to the leg and middle stump. But also, Naomi Amongin Jane balls that a little closer, not giving her any room to swing her arms. It's only a single completed. And now it's a bigger heave from Nalumansi, from Nyamel Divine, Gabriela, but just for a single because Salawalaza has that covered right at long on comfortably.
The Avengers closing off their first innings with a total of 76 for the loss of 5 wickets. Powerful display there by Avengers. Passage of play has been a bit tougher in the middle overs, but the partnership of the captain Fiona Egaru and Proskovia Alako did contribute a big percentage on these 76 runs. Just before we take you through the summary of the first innings, the broadcasters in Dream Chasers, in your frame display what the area of Lugogo looks like. The Lugogo region here in Kampala, does have quite a number of sports facilities. The rugby ground in Chadondo, just across the road. We have Millennium Park Soccer. We have the KCCA Philip Omondi Stadium. But the Lugogo Cricket Oval, located in the National Council of Sports Stadia. So this whole Lugogo region is filled with those sports facilities, allowing the youths and the people of Kampala and Uganda to exercise in different games. But particularly today, we are here for the beautiful cricket, the game of cricket. The Avengers have come to one end of those 14 overs with a total of 77 for 5. The victorious strikers will then have to post 78 to be able to get a victory in their allotted 14 overs. We will take a break and be back for the second innings.
Welcome back for this particular innings, the second inning, that will have the Victoria Strikers taking on the Choga Avengers, who earlier on posted 77. You get a feeling they could have been maybe 7 or so runs short, because at 84, it would have meant they have the 6 and over. But all that is now done and dusted. It is the Victoria Strikers that have to come and try to chase that total, winning at 78 runs. And it will be the two batters in the middle. And that is the fast ball from the Choga Avengers bowler, starting off with an extra. Janet Mbaba's in shot number 5. Can be an intimidating batter. Of course, most of these younger players have watched her as the captain of the Victoria Pals. Acheng Elizabeth bowling. It is Janet Mbabas and Acheng Elizabeth in the middle. Welcome back, Naomi.
Thank you very much, Mike. It's great to be back here. And Mike, I'm telling you, opening the bowling for the Choga Avengers is interestingly shot number 4 in the names of Amayo Martha. My hope is that she fully understands and appreciates, or she grows to appreciate the magnitude of that shot number 4. But opening that bowling with just conceding 1 run and that dot ball, I think that the Avengers are out there to defend their 77 runs. Didn't look like the score they wanted to post, but you make do with what you have.
You mentioned shot 4. Of course, Naomi Kayondo playing that number for Uganda cricket before now becoming the Victoria Pals. I wish at some point some of these girls could get that bit of mentorship opportunity and good fielding opportunity there, run out chance from Akitenga Sarah, hitting that stump, only having one view of that particular set of stumps and manages. But thankfully for Acheng Elizabeth, she had made her ground.
This will play out as a very interesting chase there. Flowers to Akiteng because she is displaying a great piece of fielding. Akiteng over the years has been caught guilty of not doing great in the field, but this improvement speaks volumes of the work, the training load that they have done at the Victoria Pals level. Of course, that fielding extra part by Coach Brian Masaba, the fielding expert, but also Coach Deus, the Victoria Pals are looking very athletic. Back into the context of the game here, Sarah Kiteng almost got another opportunity to run out Janet Mbabazi, who seemed not to be sure. She wanted to get into her crease safe and dry, but that fumble by the bowler helped her live another day. An interesting first over. The Victoria Strikers are 4 for naught after 1.
Speaking of the woman of the hour, Kiteng, Sarah will be opening the bowling from the Ginger Road end. Left arm orthodox. In fast off there, inside edge from Achieng Elizabeth means that she will rotate the strike and allow for Janet Mbabas, who tends to favor, I beg your pardon, Janet Mbabas there, who tends to favor the sweep shot, just manages to get that inside edge and allow for Achieng Elizabeth to come onto the strike. But most importantly, they maintain that whole attitude of always rotating the strike.
Woman of the hour, Sarah Kiteng. Mike, you should know that Akiteng is second on the bowling charts. So far bowled 6 overs, conceded 25 runs, and picked 4 wickets with an economy of 4.17. Akiteng still looking fine and good. Acheng, the batter facing her, not having much of an idea about what she does with that left arm of ours. Here we go. And this time she gets back to it, playing it square of the wicket, allowing Acheng to get out of the blocks. With her captain Janet Mbabazi, the Victoria Strikers. Mbabazi being a little cheeky there, checking out the fielders in Avengers, dropping it short and attempting to run. I like the way these Avenger fielders are all, also sprinting there to just ensure that they do not cross.
Certainly with Kevin Awinora is very up and about with her keeping.
Very good reverse sweep played by Mbabazi Janet. I think the fielder in shot number, the field at point in shot number 4 was actually very ready in position and she did field. But I think the idea of the bat coming from the reverse side is what played her a bit. But the Victoria Strikers close off the second over with 7 runs for no loss.
Amayo Martha getting a taste of the treatment that Janet Mbabazi likes to dish out to all bowlers that come to her during a power play period. Getting a very much needed commanding boundary there. As you can see in that replay, pitching it a bit of a half track and Janet Mbabazi a little shimmy down the track. Manages to get that just over long off. Comfortable boundary, much needed boundary for the Victoria Strikers.
The word striking seems to lie in the spirit of Janet as she's going expressive right in these first overs. And I think that is the beauty of the T20 game, because these 78 could be chased down in maybe 7 overs if the strike rate is up there. And it's the kind of attitude that you want to see the ladies play with, especially these Victoria Pulse players, batters, showing much intent, showing hunger to go big, because that's what T20 is about. The expression, the intent, the power. And all that we are seeing here at the Great Lakes T20 tournament. Mbabazi seems to have had a fly on the wall here in the comms box as she goes big to that cow corner region, allowing them to take another 2 comfortable runs.
Indeed, good adjustments from both Janet Mbabazi and Amayo Martha. Amayo Martha recognizing that she can't offer any width to Janet Mbabazi, trying to ball stump to stump, but that particular moment, just delving down towards her feet, and the result is a couple of runs. And this time it is Janet Mbabazi who actually creates the room, giving herself an opportunity to hit that ball plate on the offside and through cover the point region, manages to get the couple of runs in. Most importantly, for the Victoria Strikers, that particular run rate, keeping it up there at 6 to 7 runs and over to get them home and dry. You did mention about those overs. I think still in their framework, in their thinking pattern, they will probably look at least 11 to 12 overs.
Mike, at this stage, it is important for the strikers, if they want to get to the finals, to try and chase down the score in fewer overs, because they are number 3 on the table and the Avengers are topping the table. So if they want to win this, they need to win it tactically. So chasing down this 78, probably in 7-8, would put them at an advantage to go over Bunyonyi Warriors if they are to get to the final tomorrow afternoon. After the third over, the Victoria Strikers are 16 for no loss.
Well, you do call it well, Naomi, but when you look at that bowling combination, yes, Amayo Martha may give away 1 or 2 loose balls, but in Sarah Kiteng on the other end, she's definitely being the partner to ensure that everything is kept quiet and silent. For example, that is straight, pitched up between middle and off. But because of the big turn, Janet will survive the appeal for LBW, and not much interest from Sarah herself, probably explaining why it wasn't really a chance of an LBW.
Janet moving down the track and plays that to that mid-off region. Fielded by Alako Proskovia, whose body language has not been 150% positive, both on the wicket while she was batting, but even here out in the field. But she still made a good contribution to her side's 78 runs. Acheng Elizabeth getting that boldness and confidence, drawing that from the captain, Mbabazi Janet. She also comes down the track, very good sights, and plays that left of that short cover region, still enabling them to continue rotating the strike.
I tell you, this is a brand of fearless cricket. Remember, Akiteng turns that ball away from the right-hand batter. Any slight mistake, and one is done.
Attempt for a reverse sweep again. Mbabazi Janet not being shy of expressing herself. But of course, behind the stumps is Kevin Awino, who is her good friend and who knows what she's able of doing.
Interesting. Good grips there from Sarah.
Good hands by Kevin Awino. Shot number 13 original. Closing off the 4th over. Victoria Strikers are 18 for no loss.
And with that particular end to that over also meant that there will be a change from the shell end. It will be the spinner in Sarah coming on.
Elizabeth Achieng playing fearless cricket here. But it is that movement, using her feet, striking the ball hard, running quick between wickets, is what is accumulating into a beautiful brand of cricket.
Nyamel Divine Gabriela is the change at the shell end. Currently, it's a fair run rate, and the only advantage that the Victoria Strikers have over the Choga Avengers is that 2 wickets column. It is 20 runs already, and it's still not yet a wicket down. But with the end of the power play in the previous ball meant that actually the pitch can be, the field can be opened up a bit, so that the likes of Acheng, Elizabeth, and Janet Mbabazi can look to find more singles and doubles. I guess I preempted the wicket talk because Acheng Elizabeth, trying to give herself room and step out, just manages to sky that at short mid-off, allowing the wicket to fall. The Victoria Strikers now 1 down, much to the delight of the Choga Avengers, especially Namer, Divine Gabriela.
In your frame, that replay, she walks down the track, tries to go big at it, but that catch is comfortably completed by Mary Namiro, sending her back to the dugout. And the Avengers lose their first after 20 runs. And in the spirit of trying to chase down these runs in the shortest number of overs possible, the coach of the Strikers feels that Stephanie Nampina is in good position, better position, to partner with her captain Janet Mbabazi to try and win this game in the shortest time possible.
Well, Stefan Nampina has always been tried out even for the Victoria Powers recently, especially in the build-up tournament with the team from USA that had warm-up matches before the emerging tournament, ICC tournament in Kigali, Rwanda last month. It means that she still gets an opportunity to play a bit high up in the order as a number 3 bat. Facing Yamer, Divine, Gabriela, spinning her off spinners. Will Stefan Nampina take advantage and strike up early?
And she gets off the blocks immediately, nudging that to the mid-wicket region. But the athletic fielder in shot all the way from the sweeping region, in shot number 4. Mike, must I say the shot number again? Shot number 4. Martha displaying a very good piece of fielding to keep them from taking the single run.
For sure, an attempted second would have been a run out. And a very good single again picked up through the extra cover region. It will be swept up by the long off who's having to run in. And Yamed Divine Gabriela doing a splendid job for her side, because the Choga Avengers need to keep matters quiet at the moment.
Attempting to stop that one, played by Nampina. The captain herself, the dive was not very effective because they still took that single run. And it allows the Victoria Strikers to close off that 5th over with 23 runs for the loss of just 1 wicket.
will be another change, and that change will be from the Ginger Road end as Malisa Ariakot will come into ball, replacing the charismatic talisman in Sarakiteng.
Missed opportunity. Oh, opportunity goes begging as the keeper is not able to get a hold of that nick, and it also races down all the way to the boundary very quick. That military pace of Malisa not able to be stopped by not the keeper, not effecting that catch, but even the fielder down at the third man region, not able to stop that one. First delivery, 4 runs conceded.
I tell you, it's all happening now for the Victoria Strikers. As you did mention earlier on, Naomi, indeed, they know their work is cut out, that they need to chase down this score in a commanding manner to ensure that they have a chance of qualifying for tomorrow's final. Because as it stands now, with Malisario Courts over, a bit of pace, these are two opening batters. They always have a preference for pace.
Pace you come, pace you go. Malisa delivering that military pace to Stephanie Nampina, also equally looks unbothered. The faster you come, the faster you go. Is what we're seeing here at the Lugogo Cricket Oval. This is match day number 3 of the Great Lakes Women's Tournament, T20 tournament. And the Victoria Strikers are playing against the Choga Avengers. The Choga Avengers are top of the table, and the Victoria Strikers are in position number 3.
Not so much in terms of comparison of the two sides, because at this period in time, if you recall, actually the Choga Avengers had already lost 3 wickets, and so that is the advantage that the Victoria Strikers are having at 30 for 1 after 5.4 overs.
Janet Mbabazi not keeping much of her shape with that weight movement to the front foot, but she's able to play that over cover. And in that cover region is the captain herself, Fiona, who dashes back to ensure that that doesn't reach the boundary, allowing them to take only 2 runs. That pace that Malisa is delivering, a few of those coming off short. But what Stephanie and Janet have been able to do is that they have been able to get a run almost off every ball. In her first over, Malisa conceding 9 runs, allowing the Victoria Strikers to close off the 6th over with 32 runs for the loss of 1 wicket. Appreciation and shout-outs go to our partners, Leica Mobile and Jibu Water, Jibu Uganda, sponsoring all our refreshments, Major League Water, to ensure that the athletes in cricketers are refreshed as they play this beautiful game of cricket. In the afternoon, the Bunyonyi Warriors will be taking on the under-19 side in the names of Mburo Blasters. And match day number 4 will see the eliminator games in the morning and the final in the afternoon. This is the Great Lakes Women's T20 tournament. here at the Lugogo Cricket Oval.
Another easy single picked up. Stephanie Nampina and Janet Babazi having a special understanding there in the middle as they continue to rotate the strike. And remember, Janet, I beg your pardon, Naomi, this is all that the Victoria strikers need. They need to just go at about 6 and over and they are home and dry.
Divine being very, very casual about the delivery, plays that, but is not able to field that delivery off her own bowling. Not a good start for that youngster in Divine. But what it does is the batters, the partnership continues to deliver for its side. Stephanie Nampina rotating strike alongside her captain, Janet Mbabazi.
Stepping out, trying to add some pace, inject some pace into that particular delivery, but all that Janet manages is just to get it inside edge back to the bowler. And this time she's able to pick up another single through to Longo on, where Proskovia Lako is awaiting, trying to patrol that period of that region of the boundary. And with that particular single, brings up those 5 runs in the over, means that the Victoria Strikers complete their 7th over with 38 runs, having lost 1 wicket. And that will bring up another change at the Ginger Road end in Nakasaga Judith coming on for the Choga Avengers, especially in a period of time when the dugout is up in arms and raised voices. The whole attitude is they know they have this within their grasp and they just need to rally themselves across the finishing line. And the youngster will have to bowl to the experienced Victoria Powell's captain, Kevin Namuge, the wicketkeeper, trying to help out with some few adjustments in the field, making some changes to offer an offside field as the field at square leg is brought into backward point. Then there is extra cover, long off, long on.
Ninsima starts off the over with that flighted delivery. And Mbabazi only plays that one comfortably to the long off region. I would want to see Janet striking it even harder because this bowler is new into the attack, a youngster. There's a bit of communication that you must pass on as an experienced batter to this youngster. But considering the fact that the scoreboard is still ticking, it is all positives for the Victoria Strikers.
Nisima Peace almost giving a bit of some sighters to Janet Babazi, but is lucky that that's well fielded right at cover region, only to allow for a single.
Mike, I would like to see Mbabazi power that a bit more. Because with that flight, someone on the rope here should be flying out, covering ground to save that boundary.
And of course, a change between Naluma and Siresti. And indeed, it is that number 4 fielder picking up that very good catch of Stephanie Nampina's cut shot. Manages just to pick up Amayo Mather.
Shot number 4 in Amayo Martha, completing that catch. But most importantly, breaking that Victoria Strikers partnership that was definitely creating a lot of damage. The Strikers already halfway through the chase, but important for the Avengers is that that big partnership has been broken.
And that is the lonesome walk back to the dugout. Stefan Nampina, as you can see there, she picked up well the length. Short ball, tries to cut it for 4, but no height on that particular shot. Just manages to pick up Amayo Martha at short point region. She would have loved to get a boundary at least off that particular shot, but manages to give a sitter of a catch. Bit of some consultations there in the middle as the umpires, Mr. Nobat Abi and Cheryl Pal, are continuing to discuss with the players. But ultimately, every matter is concluded, and it will be back into the game as Nisima Peace continues. Already having picked up a wicket, just the 3 runs off her over. It is the middle period. It is the 8th over of 14. And the Victoria Strikers already at 41 for 2. Just the 36 runs left, and it's a big educated edge from the bat of Muanga Ruth. Manages to get that past Kevin Awino, pick up a couple of runs. Much to the delight of the Victoria Strikers dugout. It's another comfortable single as they jog through for that single. And Ruth Muanga will maintain the strike in the 9th over, because that has meant that at the end of the 8th over, it is 42 for 2, the Victoria Strikers. For 2. Ruth Muanga continuing to rotate the strike together with Janet Mbabazi. Comfortably driven. It means that at now 46 for 2 in 8.2, 47 for 2 in 8.2. It is comfortably going on for the Victoria Strikers. A big heave over long on, and it arrives just one couple of bounces to Proskovia Laka at the boundary. Kisa Anna Mary continuing in her first over at the shell end. And that again is very well gapped through the cover region. A little bit of discomfort because of that small collision between the batters running into each other's traffic. But the two runs are completed comfortably. Janet Mbaba is a bit in the place of batter, but had already had 25 runs of 29 balls. A healthy strike rate considering the total that they are chasing down, and Ruth at 6 of 7 means the Victoria Strikers, having lost just the 2 wickets, are ending the ninth over at 50 runs for 2. It will be a continuation for Ninsima Peace at the Ginger Road end. And currently with only 28 runs needed, the required rate at just 5.6. It's all within. It's within the view of the Victoria Strikers because at their current rate as well of 5.56, they are right there within the range, and they are dealing. They are dealing in the singles and playing it safe comfortably, and it will be a very good outlook and accomplishment by the Victoria Strikers if they are able to win this with more wickets in hand as well as some overs to spare. A little misfield out there by Namiro Mary meant that the Victoria Strikers get to turn that single into a double, much to the delight of the dugout. It's all going well in the direction of the Victoria Strikers. It's a big swing and a miss from Ruth Mwanga as she is looking to get into the game with more. And this time she swings at that particular one, pulling it right into the mid-wicket region, but manages to get a single. And with that particular moment of play, it means that it is also the end of the 10th over. 54 for 2, the Victoria Strikers. In your image there, as you can see, a bit of mentorship going on between Janet Mbaba's the experienced campaigner to young Ruth Mwanga, saying they are here to do the business together and they need to just keep doing the basics right to get to the particular destination, and that is to cross over to the promised land. Nyamel Divine, Gabriela finally picking that wicket of Ruth Mwanga, who was trying to go big, going for a maximum, just manages to find a seater down in the mid-wicket region.
That catch ably completed by Kevin Amuge, who was strategically looking at that and ensuring that that dismissal is completed. In your replay, Ruth strikes that one. It gets the height, but not the distance. And what a beautiful catch taken by Kevin Amuge. The passage of play here, Mike, has become a bit complicated for the strikers because in the earlier overs, they look like they would chase down this maybe in 7, 8 overs. But after 10 overs, with just 3.5 overs to go, the Victoria Strikers need another 24 runs to be able to get victorious. Quite a challenge for them, but with the technical, tactical changes in the dugout for the strikers, Sarah Walaza is sent on to try and do the completion work for the strikers.
Well, Naomi, you do mention the 7, 8 overs. I personally was thinking it would be about 12, 13 because it would have to be close. And as it stands, the game is still all for the taking for the Victoria Strikers. But they want also to get a bit of some advantage by finishing it earlier.
23 runs of 22 balls is the ask, Mike. An interesting context here. And I mentioned earlier that this would be a very good game of cricket. The strikers still have their guns. And while at it, Mbabazi Janet plays that reverse sweep, but the catch. The opportunity is put down by the lady of 2 hours back, Sarah Kiteng. Not such good sights. And of course, that disappointment sends down all the way to their dugout because something could have been a game-changing catch, game-changing dismissal there.
You can see there Janet Mbabazi quickly sights it, gets a very good bat onto that, but just manages to pick up Sarah Kiteng at backward point. But I tell you something, Naomi, in my opinion, that is the right attitude, only that I would like to see. As you can see there is a bit of some penalty. 5 penalty runs, I reckon, being signaled by umpire Sheripal Kutaka. Well, something has definitely happened out in the middle there. Probably not necessarily playing the game in the right spirit of the game. Hence that penalty. There was a bit of exchange. Sometimes these things do happen.
Chance for a run out. She throws that one way too high and allows Mbabazi and Walaza with their long levers to take the second run. It's getting complicated here for the Avengers playing the strikers. The strikers require 18 runs of 20 balls, Mike.
Yeah, with those 5 penalty runs, as you can see on that third ball, means that suddenly it's a very healthy over for the Victoria Strikers. Of course, you do feel for the young bowler in Nyamer Divine Gabriela, because suddenly now she has already conceded 8 in the over. Yet in practice, it should have just been 3 runs. Very well struck by Sarah Walaza through the extra cover region.
Sarah Walaza making that comeback into the game of cricket with her long levers. In your frame, that replay, she moves her foot closer to that ball and strikes it through the cover, screams it through the cover region. And that chase not going to be successful by Mary Namiro. Incidentally, Mary Namiro and Sarah Walaza are from the same school, the Ginger Cricket Hub, coached by Mugalula Habib. Flowers to him.
Indeed, and just that whole complexion to the game. Remember the 5 penalty runs that demoralized the Avengers, the Chog Avengers. Suddenly, that over has actually amassed a whole 12 runs. I beg your pardon, 13 runs in that over. Easily now the best over so far for the Victoria Strikers. And what that now means is that they actually are very close to the total. Their run rate already at 6 runs and over will mean that the Strikers will complete the over at 67 for 3 after 11.
Interesting equation here. Mike, we seem to be getting to your projections and estimations. The Victoria Strikers require 11 runs of 18 balls. Sarah Kiteng into the bowling attack from the Ginger Road ends. This time, with that reverse sweep, jersey number 6 is able to sight Mbabazi as she was going to play it. And this time she fields it up first time, though not too fast to get a run out, but at least shows improvement in that fielding, especially the reaction to the reverse sweep shot that Janet Mbabazi has played right from the first over.
Sarah Kiteng being asked to come and do the job for the Choga, taking 2 quick runs there, and indeed the 2 runs are completed.
With the height and with the pace, Sarah Walaza and Mbabazi Janet taking that much needed 2 runs. And of course, to the delight of the Victoria Strikers dugout, you're seeing these ladies push themselves to the latter, but also a good display of fitness and athleticism from the two. Mbabazi, who has been here from ball 1 of the second innings, and Sarah Walaza, who has just joined her. 8 of 16 balls.
Touch and go. It's another quick single completed. You get the feeling that suddenly the Choga Avengers have been deflated in that previous over. The whole body language seems to speak it all in volumes, that they seem to have just given up. And yet it's still possible. It's just now the 15 balls left.
Making easy of that chase, Mbabazi plays that one to the long on region, bringing the equation to 6 runs of 14 balls. The Victoria Strikers are at 71 for the loss of 3 in 11.4 overs. Sarah Wallace attempting to go big, but with that top edge, she leaves it in the 15-yard mark, and Fiona Egaru completes that catch. Mike, you were talking about the deflated Avengers. Indeed, not so much of a celebration for that wicket that has been picked, because defending 6 runs in 13 balls makes it tricky.
As you can see in that reply there, outside of stump, Sarah Walaza thinks this is a chance to get up and over the inner field. Just manages to sky it up for a very simple sitter to captain Fiona Kulme. But yes, coming back to that question, Naomi, it's sure body language never lies. You can never say, I'm so happy, with your body language saying you're really indifferent at best. You really feel for Sarah Kiteng because fielded so well earlier in the game, and just that one chance that was an opportunity of picking up Janet Mbabazi. Whatever transpired after that particular point of action, resulted in the 5 penalty runs.
She closes off the over. not allowing Naomi Amongin to see much. The Victoria Strikers are 72 for the loss of 4 wickets in 12 overs.
Nisima Peace, the young lady, requested to try and save the day with just a 6 runs, bowling to experienced Janet at the other end, already on 36 of 35. It is the penultimate over for the Victoria Strikers to try and strike this through as the Choga Avengers are trying to. It's a quick single, picked up, chance of a run out, but the run is completed with Naomi Jen Amongin, the new batter in, taking on strike.
I will remind us of the equation, 5 of 11 balls. Earlier, 2 overs back, the equation was a bit balanced, something like 22 of 23. But with that penalty run, has just deflated the Avengers. But with cricket, till the last ball.
Well, if reaching the last ball means giving away some freebies, that extra, then it makes the equation much more complicated. You got to feel for the Choga Avengers because at the moment they seem really to be going through a bit of the motions. You wonder why, but I think we know why.
Playing that with soft hands to the gully region. Naomi Amongin Jen gets off the mark. And with that action, allows her captain, Mbabazi, to get on strike for the last 4 deliveries of the over.
Very well expertly done by Nisima Peace, showing great resolve, character, and control to consistently just pick up that line, even when Janet tried to alter it. This time it's a little shimmy down the track. Chance of a run out. Again, it goes begging. It's all happening, so much drama.
Nyamer Divine, Gabriel, the guilty party there, shot number 10. Earlier we saw in her over, she couldn't field much around the balls that were hit back to her as the bowler. But it all speaks to the general deflation in the attitude and the body language of the Avengers. Naomi a little shimmy to that mid-off region, continuing to rotate the strike. And the Avengers require just 2 runs to get over the line. Just one run to get over the line.
Oh boy, even that particular possible dismiss of a run out would have made a difference. But it is the 1 run that is completed between Janet Mbabazi and Naomi Jen Amongin to give the victory a bit of a low-key victory celebration by the Victoria Strikers, who have won by 6 wickets.
An interesting game of cricket here this morning. The Victoria Strikers have worked according to their plan to go up the table and to look to secure a spot in the final tomorrow afternoon. The Avengers not very happy about the turn of events, especially in those last 3 overs because of the penalty runs. But the game of cricket must be played within the spirit of cricket, and that's exactly what the umpires are there to do. Victoria Strikers won by 6 wickets. And here in the comms box, I have been Naomi Kayondo Bagenda, together with
Michael Grace Ndiko. It's been a pleasure, Naomi, having witnessed this game.
Have a good afternoon, and we'll be back shortly.
Good afternoon to you, right from here. It is a wonderful game. It is game number 6, right here on game day number 3. It is the Bunyonyi Warriors taking on the Mburo Blasters.
With the umpires Abi Nobat and Sheripal Kutaka, Rita will flip the coin and Jimmy will make the call. Heads win the toss. Captain Jimmy, congratulations. What would you like to do first?
I would like to field first.
Why have you chosen to bowl first? Okay, what kind of total do you think you can restrict your opponents to?
At least not above 90.
Well, 90 runs in 120 balls. Okay, will there be any changes to your side this afternoon?
Yes, Tony will be out and Kamla will be in. Lucky will be out and Akidi will get a chance. Also, Michelle will be out. And then we'll bring in Sonia.
Okay, good luck in your game. Captain Rita, what would you have liked to do first?
Lucky enough, the toss went our way. I wanted to bat first. I want to give my batters a chance to express themselves.
Okay, in these 20 overs, how many runs do you want to put on?
I wish to score like 120.
120 runs off 120 balls, that's good. Are there any changes to your side this afternoon? Okay, one change to the side. Good luck in your game. And from here at the center, the Mburo Blasters won the toss and have elected to bowl first.
And that is the Mburo Blasters. And it's good to see that they are working together. It means that Esther Iloku will get her first run off the mark. Mukite Asha bowling some tidy lines, making sure that there is nothing to be given away to the Warriors. Another swing and a miss by Asumin. I'm not alone in the comms box. Earlier on, my colleague Naomi Kayondo, who was at the toss, returns this afternoon to join me in the comms box. Welcome back, Naomi. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mike. It's great to be here this afternoon. At that toss, the Mburo Blasters were confident that choosing to bowl first would be the strategy to get them their first win in this tournament. But also the Warriors were happy to actually bat first. That's what they wanted. So the toss went two-win ways for both teams. Seeing Esther Iluko open that batting with Asumen, all hailing from Soroti, and the little star in Mukite also trying to get the better of the two in this afternoon game, all serves us that beauty in cricket, especially women's cricket, here at the Great Lakes Women's T20 tournament in Lugogo. Closing off the first over, the Bunyonyi Warriors are just on 3 runs for no loss. Tino Sara opening the bowling from the shell end side, working her spin magic. But the interesting part is both the batters are from the same side as she is, so they are all aware of each other's strength and weaknesses as bowlers and as bats. I feel that this game will also be a very good contest this afternoon, Mike.
Absolutely, indeed, because well fielded there by Sheila Namagoba, captain of Ginger SS. Good mixture. Mixture of all the players from the different regions and sub-regions of the country, implying that this is really a national outlook of the Great Lakes Women's Tournament.
Tino Sara trying to get the better of Asumen, delivering those a bit slower, and Asumen, who seems to be much more comfortable with pace, is having a hard time trying to strike that one. Still not able to get, any runs of that delivery, putting Sarah in a comfortable position. After just the 4 balls that she's delivered, she's only conceded 1 run.
Was just thinking that it's a very good end to the over, but managing a couple of runs there, assuming with an inside edge, means that the completion of the over will still be with an extra 2 runs, which is 7 runs for naught after 2 overs. Beg your pardon, 6 runs for naught after 2 overs.
Turning up from the shell inside is Mokite, who is given an opportunity to come back and deliver her second. Starting off with that flighter. And Asumen, I beg your pardon, Iloko is very happy to swing her arms, contacting that one and creaming it through that vacant cover region. With that width on over, Iluko is trying to do the same, but I think she would be in better position to rock back a bit, create a bit of room for her arms to be stretched out and then strike that ball even better. Beautiful shot played by Asumin, struck through that mid-wicket region, allowing them to take another 2 runs. Asumin on strike, shot number 12. Ista Iloko non-strikers end, 4 of 6 runs. Attempting to go big. Asumin strikes that one. But that fielder at the deep cover region is not interested per se in taking the catch. Her interest lies in ensuring that a boundary is not conceded by the Mburo Blasters. Sending that one wide, Mokite. Overcompensating and having that one go down the leg. Gifts the Warriors that wide run. In the spirit of coming back, she delivers that into the pads of Asumen, of Iluko, I beg your pardon, who is striving to strike that ball hard, but it doesn't go so far, allowing them to take another single. Back foot shot played very well. Between point and covers, allowing them to take a single. Closing off the third over, the Bunyonyo Warriors are 13 for the loss of no wicket. The tactic must be to keep the spinners on from one side to ensure that they limit the Bunyonyi Warriors to that score of about 90. That's what the captain in Jimia Mohammed said. And we're seeing these youngsters, the Blasters, backing up each other, fielding out like a solid team. And I think these are the kind of energies and positives that you want to see with the youngsters in women's cricket. Very good backup there. We can see that the Blasters fielders are backing up each other, supporting each other. And I think the outfield looks very good for the ladies to be able to display all these skills and talents that many of them have been groomed into, especially from that just concluded under-19 camp in Ginger, Mike.
Indeed, absolutely, because they're definitely more gelled. They're working together as a team. altogether, it's good to see the attitude. Look at that particular execution of fielding. Of course, it was a good lucky bounce from about uh, 10, 15 yards in. But altogether, look at the way she's attacking that particular ball. Player number 14 in Joyce Mary Arugo. Again, a bit of a fumble because the two fielders all wanted to go for the ball. You must applaud their energy, their intensity, how they enthusiastic to try and each one put out a good fielding display. And we'll be coming back to an interesting question I'll ask you at the within the next over. But at the end of the fourth, 15 for naught. I was just wondering about. Saw you in the middle after the toss talking to some of these players, Naomi.
Michael, the captain of the Mburo Blasters, is my daughter in cricket. I
Okay.
have roomed with her at national duty. And one of the tasks that I had with her is to mentor her into a good player, captain, bat, and also wicket keeper, which is some of the things that I did at the national team. But also, this being an under-19 outfield, my heart really stands out for that young talent. Something close to what we're trying to build in the Little Stamps Academy. So anything that lies with development of cricket, young cricketers, I'm passionate about it. As you know, I have coached an under-19 side before, so I was really just having a word with them to try and pull up their spirits because they've lost all their matches. And I was just trying to put in a few encouragements here and there to boost them up as an under-19 outfit, wanting them to pick their first win this afternoon, Michael.
As you can see in the replay there, Asumim going right over the top, picking up Tikabula. And that is a very good, well hit shot over the top for 4 runs. Setting up nicely the Bunyonyi Warriors. But back to that interesting conversation, Naomi. That's a very good approach and initiative. I think it should be encouraged more and more. Thank you.
Asumin rocks back and cuts that one between point and cover region. It is the technique of moving back and creating space to be able to play in the vacant region that stands out for me. And as you can see in that replay, that delivery, she goes back and plays it in that zone where I think back in the day it would be nobody move. That kind of shot. Very good shot played by Asumin.
Tikabula Rashida under some bit of pressure, having conceded already 9 runs off the first 3 balls. Thankfully, that's a dot ball, so that will make it 9 runs off the first 4 balls. But still, it means that there is still an opportunity of getting to double figures in now over. More pressure to the young lady. She does make sure that she gets to double figures with that extra. Unfortunately, adjudged as wide.
Mike, that must have been really wide because looking at Asumin's stretch, you could see that she was attempting to still hit the ball, but it was too far out. And the umpire in Sheripal Kutaka judges that wide. Asumin still doing what she does best, rocking back, putting her weight on that back foot, and then being able to play the ball in the gap allowing them to take comfortable 2 runs. Asumin on strike, already at 16 runs off 16 balls. A very good T20 type of cricket display here in Lugogo.
Of course, thanks to that particular opportunity given by Arugo, Joyce Mary.
And
around that particular ball, but while at that, it is wicket time for Tikabula Rashida, because Namagoba Sheila has taken a wonderful blinder over catch in mid-wicket.
the replay, Tikabula delivering that one slightly short of a length. And Asumin thinks, let's strike this one across the line. It finds the safe hands of shot number 4 in Sheila Namagoba, taking that good catch, dismissing Akurut, who has been striking at 100% for the Bunyonyi Warriors.
I'm about to start an investigation into the shot number 4 matter.
Look at that. The comfort of taking that catch. Sheila Namagoba, who featured for the Victoria Pals in the last Easter engagement where Uganda was playing against the United States of America, who had come down for those games just before they went to Kigali for their emerging side tournament. She's amassed some kind of experience at that level, captaining her side Ginger SS, and here this time playing under the Mburo Blasters, this under-19 outfit. A good passage of play for the youngster in Sheila.
And surely Esther Iluko will have to be joined by the experienced campaigner in Immaculate Nakisui. Coming in at number 3, certainly Bunyonyi Warriors looking to just steady their ship in this tide as they are rolling on. And Biribawa Mariam will be the bowler coming in at the Ginger Road end as a change of bowling to Esther Iloku. Some changes being made in the field. Remember, it is still the power play period. Over number 5 completed. Still at 27 for 1. The Bunyonyi Warriors will look to try and up their power play into beyond 30, probably closer to 36.
Mike Biribawa Mariam comes into that attack with some good figures backing her up. She's been the 3rd on the bowling charts, having delivered 4 overs, conceded 21 runs, and picked up 4 wickets with an economy of 5.25. And indeed, that shows the type of bowler that has come in for the Mburo Blasters. Seeing that agility, but also being able to defend herself or defend her bowling, if I could use that. That was powerfully struck by Esther Iluko. But she chose to use something in between her feet and her arms and her ankles to stop that ball, because it is important that you as a bowler defend your figures.
Of course, it got me worried there, but thankfully it's not the ankle. And this time, Esther Iloko gets it right over the bowler, over the infield 30-yard, because it's still within the power play period. Restrictions are deep mid-wicket and deep extra cover. Therefore, there is opening right over the bowlers and in the infield. But thankfully, it's just a 2 runs completed.
Esther Iloko goes again, and this time she gets it close to the rope. But the athletic shot number 13 of the Blasters in Tikabula Rashida, who has already been loading it for the team in terms of bowling, will now have to chase that leather to save that boundary, to save her team from conceding a boundary.
Not the best of running in between wickets efforts from the Bunyonyi Warriors, partly because that shot Esther Lugogo almost took out her non-striker Immaculate Nakisoi, who in return thought that a boundary was coming up, so they jogged through that first run and only managed to keep it to a single. And that will bring up very interesting figures for Biribawa Mariam, who has only conceded 3 runs in her first over, making sure that the Bunyonyi Warriors complete their power play 30 runs for 1 after 6 overs. With the end of the power play, there is a bit of loosening up in the fielding restrictions from 2 players allowed outside the 30-yard circle to now 4 players allowed outside.
Beautifully creamed there by Esther Lugogo, who is having a great day in the field. She is not wasting any time. She is not wasting any balls now, as she is playing her shots comfortably, looking very confident, expressing herself the best way she knows how to.
As you can see in that replay there, staying leg side of that ball, opening out the left foot and making sure that she's able to pick out the extra cover gap, sending that comfortably beyond those cushions. But also what that means is that Rashida Tikabula's expensive bowling efforts continue on, already 16 runs.
Comfortably played back to the bowler in Tikabula, but she's also made an effort to defend herself, though this bowling of giving too much width has cost her quite a lot and her team. I'm hoping that the captain in Jimia is paying attention to that and how to better change her bowlers to get the best out of them.
Speaking of captains, there's always that big debate about a captain either being a wicket keeper or an infield captain. Sometimes you feel as though when the captain is also the wicket keeper, they seem to have a lot loaded on their shoulders. As you can see in Jimia Muhammad, they are trying to make sure the field settings are right and the positions, the changes, while at the same time also impacting pressure to the team.
Immaculate Nakisiwe playing that square beautifully, confidently and comfortably, allowing her to get out of the blocks for those 2 runs. Michael, back to the question of captaincy, I find it not much of an issue to be debated, because if a captain is the wicket keeper, I find that they are at an advantage even the more. But of course, captaincy comes with a bit of mental responsibility, being able to play your part as the captain of the side, but also being able to play your part as a wicket keeper for the side. And most times that same wicket keeper is also a top order bat. So you can see the likes of MS Dhoni, the quality that was always put out there. I will not talk about the recently retired shot number 4 of Uganda. So that captaincy, I think, being able to compartmentalize each of the roles is key. And I think that a person, a captain like Jimia Muhammad, is being groomed into that line to take on the responsibility. An opportunity for a catch, but that is not taken because the wicketkeeper, who is also the captain, seemed to think that the ball was struck on the onside, and yet it was flying on the offside. Closing off the 7th over, the Bunyonyi Warriors are 39 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Good aerial views of Lugogo cricket over and the surrounding towns. You can see in the background regions of Mbuya Hill, also housing a military hospital. And back there in the background, you can see the UR 8 Hours picture screen, Kampala. Right here in the middle is the Lugogo Cricket Oval. And Biribawa Mariam will continue with her left arm orthodox. A bit of a slingy action. And that is hit in the air by Esther Iloku, but only managing to pick up a single because there is protection at long off, long on, deep mid wicket and deep covers.
Oh, classic shot there by Immaculate. Hasn't yielded much, but for me it is the class, knowing how to move back, but also picking the height of the ball and playing it with that vertical bat. Very good display.
Biribawa Mariam continuing to ask the questions of Immaculate Nakisui, whether she can try to beat just those two fielders with about close to 20 meters apart at deep point and backward point, almost gullish. She's nutmegged by that particular one. Never a good sight for any fielder. But thankfully for the team effort, her colleagues are able to pull it back for her. It's just a single to the Bunyonyi Warriors.
Softest of hands. Not yielding much there for the Warriors, but importantly is that it brings an end to the 8th over, and the Warriors are 41 for the loss of 1 wicket. Coming in from the shell inside is Sonia Nampera. Sonia Nampera was the most valuable player in the recently concluded Girls Schools Cricket Week. Sonia Nampera is a star player in the Wanderers Cricket Club, the women's side. Sonia Nampera comes from that Mukono cricket community, that hub that has continued to also groom players right from development stages to now. And she comes into this tournament at the back of a good passage of play right from the Girls Schools Cricket Week.
Immaculate Naksu wants to know nothing about all that. With all our experience, welcoming Sonia with that, as you can see, back and across, picking up that gap between backward point and gully, making sure it's a boundary of the very first ball of Sonia.
Mike, I want to remind you that Nakisui last played Girls School Cricket Week close to 8 or 9 years ago. So there's definitely a bit of a difference in experience, in class. But seeing Sonia come out for the under-19 outfield, a good place to start. That is also where Nakisui started. So a very good way to give opportunities to the youngsters to continue to display their talent and skills.
Couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. And credit to her. I've actually been impressed with the first three deliveries because that action, leg spin, never an easy trade, but she's having much control and is able to maintain at a good pace. Okay, that particular one's a little fuller. Maybe blame it on the commentators preempting. But altogether, I've been impressed with how she's able to control that ball with that back of the hand, the leg spin action.
And also to support that kind of bowling is seeing that the captain in Jimia has set up the field to cover her, but while at covering, Nachisui goes big, sweeps that one to the deep square region, vacant, and gets that much needed boundary. Of course, Nakisui Immaculate here displaying classy shots, communicating experience to this under-19 outfit.
Picking it up early. Speaking earlier on about the control, that one really delves down the leg and she treats it very urgently.
Fair attempt there by the fielder in shot number 3, but it brings an end to the 9th over, and Bunyonyi Warriors are 52 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Bowler, right arm over. Well, from one youngster to another, that stern-looking face is none other than Namagoba Sheila. Captain Chingy says, now with the under-19. Coming on at a very precarious stage of the game during this passage of play where the Bunyonyi Warriors are well set to get to their setup of 120 because in the middle period they've only lost 1 wicket.
Immaculate going hard, striking that to the long off region. And indeed, classy fielding by shot number 14. That is Arugo Joyce Mary. Ensures that the two only take 1 run. Clean hands there by Jimia Mohammed. She's captained the under-19 side before. Very, very wise and upcoming and experienced wicketkeeper in Jimia.
Sheila Namagoba there is actually trapped for falling into the trap of Esther Iloku, who tries to go across to try and access the onside because Sheila Namagoba is bowling that way outside of stump, so she follows way outside and instead opens up the point region and backward point.
Very good cricket here. While Iluko and Immaculate are running hard in between the wickets, the fielders of the Blasters are also putting in very heavy and intense shifts, ensuring that their teams do not concede boundaries. Very good pickup by shot number 13, Tikabura. Very good fielding here, Mike, by the outfit, the under-19 outfit in the Mburo Blasters. Closing off the 10th over, the Bunyonyi Warriors are 55 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Speaking of that immaculate fielding demonstrated, however hard Esther Iloku and Immaculate Nakisuya hitting that ball, this under-19 setup, they are up to the task. Nampera Sonia continuing. And that's a big heave from Esther Iloko, but well fielded by Sheila Namagoba, fighting, making sure that that ball doesn't go past her. Otherwise, it would have been a sure boundary through Cow Corner region. I tell you, this team, they've really grown in leaps and bounds. Again, another very good stop.
Great effort there to stop that ball that was cut through point. Mike, you've been talking about the great fielding display here. I think one of the things that I had mentioned to them was, putting their body on the line, trying to field, trying to go down for long barrier, diving, sliding, so that they enjoy the game. You can attest to the fact that once you play out the game very well, use the basics, enjoy the game of cricket, the result sometimes really doesn't matter. But what is important is the fact that you have enjoyed yourself on the day of playing the game. So for this under-19 outfit, it's important that they also enjoy the game. They've lost both their earlier games, but in this one, as they play, are they enjoying the game is the big question.
Very well said indeed. Enjoyment is key. Especially as you're growing up in your career, you need to always enjoy the game of cricket.
Mr. Lugogo going big. Ooh, and the catch is put down by an able Tikabula. A bit of disappointment from her teammates because she was in line. It came direct to her, but she just didn't complete the catch.
As you can see that particular ball, she kept running as that ball was approaching. So there was a bit of a challenge in not timing well where that ball was actually landing. You seem to see the challenge there for Agwang Lucky. She was actually very lucky that that ball didn't hit her face because she literally almost collided into the ball. It was flying quite fast to her. But at the end of the day, well, one run given away, but to the harm of the team, it's a wicked chance loss. It's the end of the 11th, 62 for 1, Unyonyi Warriors. And Sheila Namagoba will continue at the Ginger Road end. Bit of field changes, trying to make sure all is at par. She had a good first over, just the 4 runs, especially at a time when she comes on. It was a period of play when the previous over had gone for 11 runs, so she needed to do some bit of repair job, starting off with the dot ball.
Mike, interesting to see Tino Sarashat number 2 flying to the wicket just to ensure that Immaculate and Iluku are not running those quick singles. But upon that second delivery of Sheila, Immaculate goes big and gets that maximum. The first 6 that we have seen today, but it makes it the tournament's 6th 6.
Well picked up Ali on the height there. Immaculate Nakisui sighting it well, getting under it and giving it the distance. And a little good comeback there from Sheila Namagoba, making sure that it's a dot ball, knowing that she's now on the back foot. A boundary off the first to second ball of the over always puts the bowler in a very tight position.
Immaculate doing the same with the earlier one. The only difference is that this one has operated on the ground, allowing her to get another boundary, this time a 4, not a 6. I beg your pardon. In the replay, watching that ball go all the way to the boundary, and there is that shift. But Sonia still not able to keep it in, and it gives Nakisui Immaculate another 4 runs, adding on to the Warriors' total.
Shayla Namagoba under a bit of the pump of pressure there, because Immaculate Naxua said you may be a home girl, but there is no joking right here in the middle, in the city center. Some more respect to that particular delivery.
Mike, an observation there is that Sheila, for all the deliveries that she has bowled on the offside, she's really not conceded much. But those deliveries on the leg side have costed her a good bowling figures. Closing off the 12th over, the Bunyonyi Warriors are 72 for the loss of 1 wicket.
And there will be a change. Tino Sarah coming at the shell end. Esther Eloko almost taking off the head of non-strike on the other side in Immaculate Nakisu, who has to take evasive action, allowing for the single as that ball goes all the way to long on. Tino Sarah now needing to really think hard and tough for the side, because the team needs her to rise to another occasion.
Immaculate still finding the better of these fielders. She's trying to manipulate the field by getting deep into her crease, stepping out of the crease to try and play in those vacant regions. And I think that shows the mind of an experienced batter, but also a person who is here to do a job, not joking around like you said earlier with anything. She's taking her game seriously and displaying what would be easily defined as a classic batting show.
Also good to see Tino Sarah's control. She has ensured that at each point she stays within the limits and the consistent areas that will keep querying and asking the questions of the batters, even from an experienced batter like Immaculate Nakisui, as you're saying. Chance of a run out. But she does make her ground, Esther Iloko. But there was a chance there, and again, credit to Tino Sarah, who makes sure.
Watching that replay, that delivery, she pushes it a bit. And that good piece of fielding. The only undoing was that Iloko was already in, but it was a very good piece of fielding. And for me, those are the positives for this under-19 outfit, being able to do all that. Flowers to coach Ivan Kakande of the Mburo Blasters, but also coach Brian Mark Masaba, who was with the under-19 girls for that camp in Ginger. Flowers to both of them. This time, Esther Eloko picks up that ball and sweeps it just square. And this is cleaned up by Glingish. Closing off the 13th over. The Bunyonyi Warriors are 75 for the loss of 1 wicket.
at the toss. Captain of the Bunyonyi Warriors, Rita Musamali, was talking about that target of about 120. However, the way that the Bunyonyi Warriors are going, they are certainly well set up to go all the way, even up to 130 odd, especially with the wickets in hand and the way this particular partnership has grown in leaps and bounds. And Sheila Namagoba will have to give way to allow for a further change in bowling. Last minute, so to speak, change in the bowling. And it is Akidi Petra requested to come on.
Interesting field setup, because with Akidi Petra's spin, I don't know why that fine region has not been protected. And of course, the experienced batters have already seen that vacant region, comfortably playing to it, but it sounds like the captain has a fly in the wall this side, because Sheila Namagoba has immediately been sent to the short fine leg region to just ensure that they are not picking any more runs from that area.
My immediate thought would be that she's well mentored by a previous wicketkeeper captain. You seem to have an idea of who that is.
Thank you, Mike. Esther Oloko goes big in that cow corner region, getting another boundary. And Mike, something to observe about this partnership. Immaculate right now on 29 of 27, and Esther Iloko on 25 of 33. What a partnership, and this partnership has the capacity to completely damage and destroy the spirits of the Blasters. It is important that this partnership is broken, otherwise in those remaining 7 overs, much more danger can be created.
I certainly do agree with you. And also another thing to point out, earlier on Namagoba Sheila was being hit each ball that was down the leg. And what that means is that the bowlers have to be wary and try to bowl to the offside. However, with particular bowling from Petra, it looks like her aim was to bowl to middle and leg. And that will be a milking area for these two batters that are well set. Esther Iloko, a very good sweep of the ball, as well as Immaculate Naksui. Both are good sweepers of the ball. Akidi Petra completing her first over. And that brings up the end of the 13th over.
At the end of the 13th over, 14th over, the Bunyonyi Warriors are 83 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Sonia, move like this. Ow.
Well, it seemed to have been a tactful change as Sheila Namagoba is asked to go and ball from the shell end. Starting off already, it is a single picked up.
Mike, as we observed last time, every delivery that Sheila bowled on the offside, she was well protected and she did not concede any run. But for those deliveries down the leg, that is where the biggest problem has been. She's conceded a 6 and a couple of boundaries.
Surely both batters, they favor the onside and they are good sweepers of the ball, so you have to really keep away from their leg. And that's again another case in point. Down the leg, swept for a couple of runs, and that will only bolster the particular partnership between Immaculate Nakisui and Esther Iloku, much to the delight of the Bunyonyi Warriors. They are sailing and growing, moving on.
Touch and go is the game right now. Whoa! Trying to hit those stumps, and the throw goes way wide. Keeper not able to keep that in, and what was initially just a quick single ends up being 3 runs added onto the total score. Tino Sara, the guilty party in that throw.
Ever moving closer to that bowler run rate for Estailoku, who is now at 37 of 40. Immaculate Nakisui herself going at more or less a bowler run. It is a tough test for the Mburo Blasters. They need to find a way to blast back into this tournament.
Nachisui rocks back and cuts that one powerfully. Racing all the way down, but a good fielding shift from Sonia Nampera ensures that the Blasters do not concede a boundary, and it allows Bunyonyi Warriors to close off the 15th over with 89 runs for the loss of 1 wicket.
Petra Kidi will have to continue from the Ginger Road end. Bowling it in a much better area. Just that 4th and 5th stump, outside of stump, it's a good deal. But also the length has to be key. But everything she's delving down the leg, that is a recipe for disaster.
Much appreciation goes to our partners and sponsors for this tournament. The Great Lakes Women's T20 tournament is organized by Cricket Uganda, ably supported by Leica Mobile, but also Jibu. Shout outs to Jibu, who are our refreshments partner. And would like to thank everyone that has been a part of organizing this interesting tournament. We are in match day number 3, and this tournament will come to an end tomorrow in the afternoon with that final game being played. T20 format, exciting and interesting format of the game here at the Lugogo Cricket Ground.
Was a bit of a concern there in that previous ball. A bit unorthodox, but somehow had an impact from Gilingish, Nabulime. Just that little impact was able to save the boundary. Of course, the outfield has been a bit slow with the morning showers here at Lugogo. But good to see that these young Mburo Blasters, they are still pushing their way. Immaculate Nakisui trying to go for a maximum. Manages to sit up there at the long on region. It is Tikabura Shadia who takes a catch. And of course, Akidi Petra will be so glad. She will be all smiles because this partnership was putting the Mburo Blasters to the sword.
In the replay, in your frame there, that delivery by Akidi, not knowing that it was what was going to break that partnership. That ball going high, but Tikabula comfortably completes that catch to that much delight of the Blasters, because this is a much needed breakthrough. Immaculate walks off with 34 of 34, strike rate of 100%. But with that dismissal brings the captain herself, Rita Musamali. The Blasters still have a lot of work to do because Immaculate walking off, Rita Musamali joining Esther Iloko on that wicket. These are all Victoria Pulse players. Immaculate Nakisui, Esther Iloko, Rita Musamali. So the Blasters will know, especially those that have played at the Victoria Pulse level, Jimia, Sheila, Mutoni, who is on the bench, they will know that it's also another task to break that partnership. If they do it earlier on, even the better, Mike.
Absolutely, but of course also knowing that Rita Musamali walks in, knowing that the target at least would be a minimum of 26 runs from 24 balls to get that 120 run mark at the toss mentioned. It will be also some changes in bowling. It's all set up here for a grand finale, a good finish to the innings of the Bunyonyi Warriors, because Asha Mukite will return from the shell end, bowling to Esther Iloko already, 43 balls on.
And that first delivery picks up the wicket of Esther Iloko. What a way to break that partnership. Hugs and celebration from the captain herself, because she knows what Mukite has done is match winning. That delivery, that dismissal puts the Blasters in a good position.
As you can see, they are very well angled off the seam. That in-swing seamer. You can see they are angled well, top of off. A dream ball by any pace bowler. How's Esther Iloko smiling, but not really content?
Esther Iloko, very guilty of not moving her feet. Just swung her arms and that ball swung in to pick that off stump. Interesting sights here, and Rita Musamali, the captain, who has not yet faced any delivery, is joined by Immaculate Nandera. The partnership that had created damage in just 2 balls is gone. And now number 3 and number 4 have to start from 0.
A bit of a moral victory there and a moral high. Wicket off the final ball of the 16th over. Wicket off the first ball of the 17th over. Dream stuff that you would want to see in a given day. And currently, it's a new partnership. The saying goes that it seems Eloko was missing her previous partner and had to just follow her to the dugout. But at the moment, it is a rebuilding effort for the Bunyonyi Warriors batting setup.
Immaculate Nandera, that left-handed batter, already creating a bit of discomfort because now the field setup has to change, putting into consideration the fact that she is left-handed. But she immediately gets out of the blocks with that traditional, original shot of left-handers. I know that once then an opening bat of Uganda in Arthur Chobe really liked playing that shot. A few times I have seen Lelia Namaganda play that shot as a left-hander. There was even a lady from Gayaza that I played with called Flavia Mushaburo. That left-hand shot. So left-handers have that first shot, initial default shot, that they are comfortable playing, and it is what we have seen Nandera play here to get out of the blocks.
Well, she is indeed the current story of the Uganda setup. Hopefully she makes it into the side as a mainstay. Talking of Immaculate Nandera, of course, chance of a run out. A bit of a little misfield there in mid-wicket, giving enough time for Rita Musamali to make her ground. Otherwise, it was going to be goodbye. and another wicket in quick succession.
An opportunity goes begging there. Just a little fumble, a loss in concentration for seconds. And Rita Musamali gets home safe and dry. Very good pace here by Mukite. She is meaning business 100%. And by the time Nandera's bat came down, the wicketkeeper in Jimia was already telling her, well bowled, good delivery. That's the line. Very good contest here.
Indeed, absolutely. It's all happening at the moment. Good effort there. Chance of another run out. It goes begging. And it's a miscommunication between the field at backward point and wicketkeeper, allowing for an extra run and giving Immaculate Nandera another opportunity to continue on the strike. But I think it was developing into a very good over from Mukite Asher.
The guilty party for that overthrow is Glingish. And Mukite picks another one. Delivers that straight. Played on to the stumps. Dismissing Nandera Immaculate, who had started to become a problem. Also because she's a left-handed batter, there was a bit of confusion for the outfit. But they are happy to see the back of Nandera.
They are good run-up with purpose, intensity, and focus. Again, inside edge of the bat of Immaculate Nandera meant it's the end of her batting display for the day. A good reverse angle there to focus on. That ball was way outside of stump, but not well timed, and hence the inside edge was very costly to Immaculate Nandera, and meaning that suddenly there are 3 quick wickets lost in just about 7 balls by the Bunyonyi Warriors, and that puts them definitely on the back foot.
Nothing to talk about Nandera's score, but seeing the back of her shirt brings in Ichumar Josephine to pair up with her captain Rita Musamali to try and add on to that total score. At the toss, the captain in Rita Musamali of the Warriors said they were looking to score a minimum of 120 runs with just 18 balls. To be able to get to that total, they would need 21 runs. The big question, Mike, is that are they able to score 21 runs off 18 balls?
Good question, because at the end of the day, that is over almost 7 runs and over. And 7 runs and over. Chance of a run out. Is it completed? It is a run out. I tell you, the 21 runs are becoming a mammoth task, if you ask me.
Ichumar very guilty of not even seeing where the ball had been played. That communication was never effective, and she had already set off. The reverse is a bit of a challenge. Watching that in the replay, Rita plays it to that point region, a good field up, pick up, and Ichumar too slow to get back home. And they send her packing for a golden duck. With that dismissal of Ichumar Josephine, walks in shot number 5 in Malemikia Patricia. Mike, the two of us just celebrated our birthday 12 days ago, 7 days ago, sorry. Malemikia is a May baby, and she's here to contribute onto the total score for the Bunyonyi Warriors.
Could that be the explanation of shot number 5 for the month of May?
I think so. I think so. Interesting observation. But Biribawa is saying a meaning business. Rita attempting to sweep that, but I don't think she saw that very well.
Well, I was also trying to be a bit selfish, you know, about the iconic shot number 5 always. Back to Biribawa and Rita Musamali here. Little battle going on. At the moment, it is Biribawa Mariam winning this battle because she's pitching it way outside of stump, and that ball is turning away. 3.4 dot balls in quick succession means that Biribawa is actually set up for a maiden. It becomes a wicket maiden, double wicket maiden for Biribawa. Mariam, what a bowling display.
Disturbing passage of play here for the Bunyonyi Warriors because of the way they have lost the wickets, but also to Rita Musamali having not picked that ball, trying to sweep it 3 times. This time Mariam changes the idea and she does just comfortably plays it back to her. Very easy catch to complete. And Biribawa will continue to go up in the bowling charts because the end of match day number 2, she was the 3rd bowler. With these wickets that she has picked, she's continuing to go up the charts. The Bunyonyi Warriors at 99 for the loss of 5 wickets after 18.
It begins to feel like being stranded. Of course, not at 99. They would certainly make 100 and more. But that target in sight of 120 that was in very good focus suddenly is looking like an impossible task. Before the previous over started, you asked me about the 120, the 21 runs in particular, of 18 balls. Certainly right now we're only looking at least for 12 runs to be able to make up at least at 110 mark, which is also looking very difficult because it is Tino Sara.
Mike, the targets don't change. The Warriors are looking for 21 runs in 12 balls. The captain in Musamali said they wanted to score at least a minimum of 120 runs. The question is that are they able to score those 21 runs now in just 17 balls? I find it wise that that penultimate over has been given to Tino Sara.
I tell you, it's true the targets don't change, but realities tend to reinvent your expectations. And at the moment, it is Malemikia, Patricia, and Nasuna to do the job. And at the moment, you wouldn't ask so much of them because 20 runs from the remaining 11 balls, actually 10 balls, is quite a mammoth task if you ask me. And at the moment, Nasuna Tahir will be facing her first ball. Of course, the icing on the cake, or the, so to speak, silver lining, is that at least she's left, so it becomes left-right combination of the batters.
Tahir using that left hand to go over the cover fielder. Sorry, to go over the mid-wicket region, which allows them to take one, bringing up the longer-weighted 100 runs for the Bunyonyi Warriors. Malemikia striking that one hard, and of course following it up with a quick single.
I tell you, Patricia Malemikia would have wished that probably it was Rita Musamali on the other end because Rita is a big hitter of the ball. And now the responsibility will still fall to Nasuna Tahir to try and take advantage of that open region. That open region over mid-wicket. And it is a boundary. Kudos to, interestingly, Nasuna Tahia there. Picking up the boundary for the team is still on the cards.
The replay. She goes big. She goes over the mid-wicket region and gets that much-needed boundary.
It's more work for Tino Sara, who had bowled quite a neat over. Suddenly, it is 7 runs. At the end of the day, it is another single from Tahia Nasuna. And it will bring up the end to the over number 19. The penultimate over has ended up at least with 8 runs from that particular over, bring up 106. And I tell you, 106 for 6 after 19. The Bunyonyi Warriors.
Away from you.
Last over. That charged Nasuna Tahia on the striker's end. Backed up by Malemikia Patricia on the non-striker's end. And this last over has been granted to shot number 3.
Right arm over.
Mukite, who has picked some 2 vital wickets for the Blasters. And the captain in Jimia has given her that responsibility to bowl that last over, Mike.
Yeah, very good call indeed, because Mukite demonstrated some good control there and character to come through for the team at a period of time when they needed a breakthrough, when they needed to get some inroads into the Bunyonyi Warriors and revise the target. So right now at 107 for 6 means that at least they can try to limit the Bunyonyi Warriors to just less than probably 115, 112, 113. And that, not that they will be able to chase it comfortably, but it will be a good competitive score.
It is that good pace with confidence from Mukite that stands out in this last over. Very smooth run-up, very confident action, followed up by a very good pace of the ball. Mukite.
Lawful toss not picked up early by Tahia Nasuna means that it is another dot ball of a possible sighter for a left-hand batter. Mukite Asha very fortunate to get away with that. Very well bowled, good follow-up ball, just outside the off stump. That light and a length of uncertainty. Earlier on, of course, we saw an inside edge, getting high a wicket. That is a similar line she's bowled now. And it's all setting up nicely for the Blasters that Muro are. It's another lawful toss. And chance of running 2, but it's only limited to 1 run because Namagoba Sheila was chasing that in a very spirited way, but was well covered by Longon, who was able to come and close up that gap.
Mike, with that original target of 120, it would mean that the Warriors need 12 runs of just these last 3 deliveries. Delivers that one very full. not allowing Malemikia to even contact it. Very good pace, I think, stands out for me with this Mukite bowler. And it's that discipline that needs to be harnessed and groomed further into Uganda's bowling stars. Malemikia shimmers one down to the long off region. And they comfortably take that last run to close off the first innings of the afternoon game.
It was Rugo Joyce Mary coming in, running in from long off, managing, even with a slight fumble, to make sure that there is no second run completed. And that will bring up 109 for 6 after the allotted 20 overs. Bunyonyi Warriors complete their batting display. We'll be returning shortly with the run chase by the Mburo Blasters. And for now, we'll be taking a little break. Do stay with us. Thank you.
get tired of us saying yes all the time.
Come here. Wait. Casper, the other side. Don't you here? And if I inside, eh? Asmin. Opaki imitoma. Asmin. Easy. Baby girl, like it.
A good evening to you all
Come here.
from the Lugogo Cricket Oval. We are back for the second innings of the second game this afternoon. The Bunyonyi Warriors playing the Mburo Blasters. And the Mburo Blasters have an uphill task of scoring 110 runs in the allotted 20 overs to be able to win the afternoon game. Starting off the proceedings, opening the batting for Mburo Blasters is the captain herself, Jimia Mohammed. And in position number 2 is Nabulime Glingish. They are opening the batting for the Blasters. And with the ball for the Bunyonyi Warriors is Asumin Akurut, coming in from the shell end side. Proceedings have started. She starts off the over with 2 dot balls and then delivers that third one wide. Sheripal Kutaka, the umpire, judges that wide. Jimia Mohammed gets out of the blocks by creaming that one through the vacant cover region, allowing them to take much needed 2 runs to start the proceedings. I'm not alone in the comms box. I am joined by Mike. What do you make of welcome and what do you make of the first innings and looking into the chase for the second innings?
Thank you, Naomi. Good afternoon indeed to all our viewers. I tell you, it's a 4 runs, a boundary, and I want to find a very interesting proposition here as a picture. The Mburo Blasters beginning with a good blast off there, trying to find their way. And I think they will really have a good account of themselves in this run chase. My only concern is that middle periods, especially if the early wicket falls, or either way the wicket of the captain Jamia happens, Muhammad. She is very positive indeed.
Beautifully struck over the point region. Jamia Muhammad goes over Rita Musamali, who is fielding at the point region. That kind of shot where nobody moves. Sending down energy all the way to the dugout. 2 back-to-back boundaries. Very good sights here for the Blasters.
I would want to say the energy has even reached the comms box. That's got us onto our feet here.
Closing off that first over, energetic first over. The Blasters are 11 for no loss.
Slightly towards you. That's your leg. Ball is coming left arm round.
Opening from the Ginger Road end is Nasunata here. She starts off those proceedings with that flighted delivery. And Glengish gets out, gives her an opportunity to get out of the blocks, looking at that replay. She creams that through the vacant cover region. Even with that emphatic chase of Nakisui, she's not successful, getting out of the blocks with 4 runs. What a wonderful way to start the second over, Mike.
I tell you, she's partnering up very well with her captain in Mohamed Jimia, putting back the pressure onto the bowlers, because suddenly the 2 overs already have 15 runs amassed. That means it's more pressure onto the bowling side, and they need to find their footing, because remember, they've not set so many runs. It's already less than 100 runs to go, and that is always pressure on a bowling side.
Mike, to be specific, 94 runs to go. And indeed, the Blasters look very positive, which I think is a very good message, one, to the coaches, but also we are seeing fruits of that intense under-19 camp that was in Ginger, because the coaches there, Brian Makmasaba and Ivan Kakande, have been pushing the girls to get to their limits, to apply themselves, to express themselves, and we're seeing part of that just under these first 2 overs of the second innings.
Certainly a great opportunity here for the Mburo Blasters to have open their account, winning account.
Jimia gets that one with the top edge. But even with that top edge, it flies all the way to the boundary. Getting those 4 runs, you can see that that shot wasn't executed very well, but it still brought the results.
Well picked up left-arm bowler, Tahir, going down the leg, and very well picked up a bit of a scoop shot, but nevertheless effective, because it will still roll all the way for the boundary.
Jamia Muhammad still not joking around with anything. Very good response. After getting that boundary, she then cuts it to the left of the point region, and a good cleanup job done by Rita Musamali, the captain of the Bunyonyi Warriors.
Last one, eh? Shadia. Last one.
Tahia bowling those tight lines. 1 line, good length, allowing the Mburo Blasters to close off that second over with 22. Mike, tell us about this run rate. 22 runs in 2 overs.
I almost think I know where you're headed, that within 10 overs, or to be exact 11 overs, the game would be done and dusted. I almost want to believe with you, but honestly, the only point I will disagree is that it's just a matter of 1 over, and those couple of wickets will turn around the game. Then the pressure will be transferred back to the Mburo Blasters, and before you know it, they are stranded about 80, 90. I'm not saying I'm predicting. I just seem to envisage the dynamics of how they go about the game. But that said, if Jamia Mohammed pulls off a blind and she's still there, you never know. They could actually pull off this with a very good net run rate as a result of their win.
beautifully, powerfully cut. And it is the energy with which the captain in Jimia is doing it that makes for a very good shot, a very good display.
With Sonofa, Jimmy obliges, cuts it ferociously all the way through that vacant region. And the young man there almost having an interaction with that ball. Thankfully, none met.
Still delivering that width, but this time Jimmy does not make that much contact. But something to observe is that the captain has now sent someone down to extra cover just to ensure that there is backup for those kinds of shots that Jimmy has been actually playing.
It's interesting to see because at the end of the day, it's now pressure on the Bunyonyi Warriors. They seem to have landed a bit into an ambush by the Mburo Blasters. They are blasting their way, and they now need to quickly find an antidote for this particular rampage that is on. Otherwise, either way, this game is rolling away very fast.
One of the few dots that we have seen, Glingish Shadia doesn't look so pumped into the game right now. She was able to get that boundary, which got her out of the blocks, picked up another single, but has not yet been able to express herself as much as she does, at least in club cricket. You'd want to see her starting to continue supporting or starting to support Jimia from the other end.
I agree. Absolutely. And that has brought up the end to the third over. It is 27 for naught after 3 overs.
Bowling change. Right arm over.
Coming from the Ginger Road end side, Hanifa. But Jimmy, who is already charged at 20 runs off 11 balls, plays that, over her. But there is good backup. Jimmy cuts this one again. She is dealing in those cut shots. She is dealing in those sweep shots. And she's continuing to amass those runs for her side, the Blasters. It is pertinent that our viewers there understand that Jimia has to do the front loading for her side, because then that energy goes down all the way to the players in the dugout. And what we're seeing in these first 3-4 overs is that Jimia and Shadia are taking up the responsibility as the opening bats for the Mburo Blasters.
Very well said, and it is, of course, it is certainly a mammoth task for Hanifa Noreen, who is coming on to bowl at a rate that has been going for the opposition at 9 and over. And she has to pull it back. So far doing a good job, just a single from her 3-dot balls. Her balls already. That's now, call it 3-dot balls and a single. So far a very good over, just the 2 balls left.
The The quietest of overs we have seen since the start of the second innings. The quietest of overs that we have seen in these first 4 overs of the power play. Hanifa is able to keep Jimia a bit quiet, minus that delivery of the wide. It allows the Mburo Blasters to close off the 4th over with 29 runs, with 30 runs for no loss. Ichumar given the opportunity to come back for her second from the shell end side. And this time she knows a thing or two about both Shadia and Jamia, not to give them width, because they are very, very comfortable with that width. And Shadia says, since the width is not on the offside, I will strike that one to the leg side. And she does get that fine sweep, allowing them all the way to the fine leg region, allowing them to take the 2.
Well, that was a good sweep shot, just guided almost a pedal down. And similar to that following ball as well, but this time it's adjudged as wide. Cheryl Pal Kutaha. It's definitely Ichuma Josephine's opportunity to put up her hand. Of course, in batting, not much to write home about, but she needs to rise as the bowler, especially knowing that the other side, Noreen Hania, had bowled very well. So to work in a partnership in tandem, she also has to string together some good dot balls.
Glingish Nabulime rocks back, gets that angle because it's a vacant region, and cuts the ball powerfully all the way to the deep cover fielder, only taking 1 mic. The 2 are looking a bit now guilty of not minding about the 1s and the 2s, because the first 3 overs were full of blasting, following their name that they are called blasters. But now that accumulation of runs will need a combination of both the blasts, the boundaries, as well as the singles, the doubles, and the 3s, something that they need to be cautious about. Closing off the 5th over, the Mburo Blasters are 35 for no loss. Coming in from the golf course end is Hanifa. We saw her delivering that 4th over, and it was a quiet one. A quiet one, only flowered with 1 wide. And I think the captain has brought her back to keep the Blasters quiet. But Mike, we observed in the first 3 overs, the Blasters were operating at almost 10, 11 and over. But that seems to have changed. Just before you tell me what you're thinking about this run rate, Jamia Mohammed goes big. Massively big over the ring. 1 bounce for 4 runs. Continuing to pile onto the number of 4s.
Sighting it very well. Little shimmy down the track to access and get to the pitch of the ball. Just shy of a maximum there. 1 bounce over the ropes. But yes, at the moment, They are back into that mold of a boundary and a big hit. Why? Because it seems to be more applicable. It gets you closer to the target. Nonetheless, going at 7 and over in the last couple of overs, they've come down to 7 and over from 10 in the first 2 overs. 11 actually call it. It means that they are still within the asking rate. That's already 7 runs just in that over. And of course, Hanifa Noreen will be a bit under pressure because she knows that she has very little room and margin for error.
Hanifa continuing to deliver those for her side. And Jamia is like, we will continue to express ourselves. We'll continue to express ourselves. And that kind of energy has also rubbed onto Shadia, who is also expressing herself, continuing to pile as many as they can. Because once that ball gets off the bat with a bit of energy, you're seeing a bit of more runs. Closing off the 6th over, and it is that power play. The Blasters are 42 for no loss. Ichumar handed that opportunity to deliver her third. I think because of just the 10 runs that she has conceded in 2 overs, the captain in Rita Musamali finds it wise to for her to come back and try and have a breakthrough. Width on offer. And Jimia says, I will not treat you simply. I will strike that ball as hard as I can to get us as many runs as we can possibly get.
It's now going to be a bit of pressure on both Ichuma Josephine and any other bowler in this period of play, because the power play, remember, ended at 7 and over. And this middle period is the point where they will look to consolidate. And I tell you, the body language of, at the moment, of the Mburo Blasters, the 2 batters out there, it seems to just say one thing: we've got this. We know where we're headed. And you can't blame them because they are going at 7 and over. Even the dugout is content.
Yes, and Shadia continues it that way. One of those shots played on the left-hand side of the gully region. And the Warriors will continue chasing that ball all over the park, while the Blasters continue to run between the wickets.
Speaking of confidence, that was certainly wide a delivery, but still Shadia Gringish Nabulime went for it.
Very good comeback there after scoring off that big shot. Soft hands there, allowing them to breathe, because they have both done a lot of running in between wickets. And this time she plays it even finer, allowing them to take another single. Glingish on 13 runs of 15 balls. Jimia Abdallah Mohammed on 31 of 26 balls. Closing off the 7th over, the Mburo Blasters are 48 for no loss.
I'm over.
It's been a bowling change from the Ginger Road end side, and Nampamo Jacqueline is given that opportunity to put in a bowling shift for her side, the Warriors. Michael, Jacqueline comes in at a time when both Glingish and Jimmy are charged, having built a 48-run partnership with no miscommunications, with no chances. You know, how do you think this passage of play is going to go for the Blasters?
You know, from a certain region and area, that name would be pronounced as Nampam Jacqueline. Simply meaning that if you give me an opportunity, the translation, I will rise up to the occasion and I will deliver for the team. That was a bit of a leading edge, hence the couple of runs. But clearly, Jacqueline is coming through as that bowler who wants to actually strike and get a wicket, a breakthrough for the Warriors. And that is exactly right now what the Bunyonyi Warriors are looking for. They just need a breakthrough. There's no two ways about this game right now.
The partnership that we are seeing here between Shadia and Jimia is a close comparison to what we saw earlier in the innings, first innings of Iluko and Nachisui, all of them putting in that much contribution for their respective teams. And we're seeing Jimia continue to push her partner, Shadia, for them to take the singles and to also express themselves when the opportunity arises.
I tell you, speaking of taking advantage of opportunities, the Mburo Blasters feel that this is the day that they have to make it come to pass.
In this 8th over, the Mburo Blasters bring up their 50 runs and an additional one, closing off the 8th over. 51 for no loss.
Confirming one.
Asumina Kurut comes back into the bowling attack after having bowled just that second over of the innings. She's back, but she's back at a time when both batters are charged and there is no one not expressing themselves. Shadia plays a little shimmy down the track and allows them to rotate the strike, putting Jimia on strike. Jimia and Asumin have played with each other and against each other for quite some time, so they know their strengths and weaknesses, each other's strengths and weaknesses. Flowers to the development hubs and the coaches in those hubs all over the country where cricket has been spread. We have, in this Great Lakes tournament, we have players from different parts of the country as well as from different schools. We have the Mukono community represented. We have Soroti Cricket Academy represented. We have players from different schools, Gayaza, Masaka, Jinja SS, Ndeje. Very good representation here, and it speaks into the volumes of the spread of the game of cricket, even for the women in Uganda.
Very well said indeed, Naomi, because it's good to see. In the past, the criticism was that cricket is only in Kampala and all around Kampala. But right now, all across the nation, the various districts, you have cricket happening and very competitive cricket going on.
Shadia going big. That ball goes all the way to the boundary, but a very good fielding shift by Nandera Immaculate, ensuring that her team does not concede a boundary. However, Mike, I'm disappointed that they were not able to run to. This is an under-19 outfit. If that ball is played all the way to the boundary, those must have been 2 runs.
Going by that mid-wicket conference, I think you have your answer. Both batters were on their bats, sort of leaning and saying, wow, we've so far done a good job, but we're just halfway the stage. A lot has gone out of them, and you can see that, especially you feel for the wicket-keeper captain opening batter in Jimia Abdallah Mohammed. She definitely has put in a shift, and she's continuing to do the good job for the side.
Into the 10th over, the Blasters are bringing with them a whole lot of 56 runs. Have been operating at a very good run rate. And this time, Nampa Amos decides to deliver that one into the pads of Shadia, who is struggling to put her leg away and play that long on drive. But they're still in a comfortable position. Operating now at a run rate of 6 and over. Still looks very, very comfortable.
Well, you are speaking about the 2 runs, but I think it is also expedient for the 2 ladies in the middle, because when you see Immaculate Nakisui approaching that ball with all her, guys and athleticism, you realize it's a big risk to try and take her on or her arm, risking a run out. And it is a catch. Very well hit, Lawton low-key outcome, but she chose of all the players that she could have chosen, she chose the able and confident, reliable hands of none other than Captain Rita Musamali, her opposite number.
In your frame is the replay of that action. Still trying to strike that hard. And clearly the striking was hard because that immediate action from the captain shows that that catch came sizzling, if I may use that word. Jimia dismissed at 33 runs of 29 balls. Very good start there she has done as a captain. And that 57-run partnership between her and Shadia comes to an end. But Shadia now will be joined by shot number 13. And Nampamo will continue to do the work, having picked that first and vital wicket for the Warriors. It is important that she continues that rhythm, Mike.
Towards you.
Yes, earlier on, like I was mentioning, her name means in a particular
Your leg.
language, Lusoga to be exact, that if you only give me an
Balls to
opportunity,
play.
I will rise to the occasion. And clearly, she's been a #1 contender to break down that partnership. And she has succeeded because look at her figures. Just the 4 runs of a whole 10 balls so far delivered with a wicket. You can't ask for a better display and a better result from your bowler, whether it's a top order or a middle or a strike bowler or a fast change bowler. And she continues to do the job. I tell you, this is a very interesting young lady in this under-19 team. I beg your pardon, in this Warriors team, the Warriors team of Bunyonyi Warriors.
Arugo starts off the campaign and gets out of the block with that handy shot past the point fielder in Rita Musamali herself. Having taken that catch, just a ball after, and this time she's not able to get her hands onto that ball, allowing them to take 2 runs, bringing an end to the 10th over. The Mburo Blasters are 59 for the loss of the first wicket.
That one comes back. She comes back. Ball.
No change from the shell end side. Hanifa is still handed the opportunity to deliver her third. And Glingish plays that one. See, the thing about the spin ball is when it is played, it does spin in the air. When it bounces, it then can take a different direction.
Follow my leg.
But Shadia will be happy to take on those because now she is at 21 of 29.
In this particular period of play,
Move like this.
having lost just that 1 wicket, of course, momentum, the win of the power play was certainly the Blasters of Mburo Blasters. But even in this passage of play, the momentum is still on the side of the Blasters. And all they need to do is just make sure that they do not lose any wickets in quick succession, especially the wickets of the set batters. And that's where Gringish right now, Shadia Nabulime, is key for her, just to hold the side, even if it's at the detriment of her scoring rate.
Arugo not shy of expressing herself. We have seen a left-handed batter earlier in the first innings, and we're seeing another one in this second innings who is not shy of expressing themselves. As long as the scoreboard keeps ticking, I think that makes a plus for the Mburo Blasters, who are operating comfortably at 6 runs and over. Shadia goes big. That's traveling miles. And we're seeing the second maximum of the day. The replay, she goes big. That gets height. That travels miles. And just one bounce into the boundary, giving Shadia and her team an additional 4 runs.
Well, you could notice that at the moment, Shadia Gringish Nabulime has taken on the role that her captain has been going about, and that is of being positive and aggressive She's now the aggressor inevitably, and she has to make sure that her side is still within touching distance of that scoring rate of 6, or at least more than 6 runs and over. At the moment, sitting at 6.09, but she would love to get back closer to that 7 runs and over.
66 for 1 after 11. The Mburo Blasters have ensured that they operate on nothing less than 6 runs and over. And for this under-19 outfit, these are massive positives to take home. Shall we see them picking their first win this afternoon? I'm sure the captain and the coach in Ivan Kakande and Jimia Mohammed are making their prayers. But what we can say about the Blasters this afternoon is that they have done well in the field, and they're also doing very well with the bat this afternoon. All this action and more here at the Lugogo Cricket Oval at the Great Lakes Women's T20 Tournament.
Bowling round the wicket.
Hanifa Noreen will definitely look to pick up on the previously good performance from Nampam, who made a good account of herself. And right now it is an opportunity for Hanifa Noreen.
Arugo strikes that one, continuing to keep the captain dazzled. Where exactly would she stand? Point, covers, because they are playing it to the left, they are playing it to the right, making it a bit complicated. So this left hand, right hand bat combination even makes it more complicated for the fielders, especially with some of the young players that Rita Musamali is captaining. But it all adds up to an interesting day of cricket here at the Lugogo Cricket Oval. A quick nick off that Glingish's bat, allowing them to continue running. One thing for sure is that the running between wickets has been much, much better. They've attempted to take their twos, not so much for their ones, but for the twos. The Blasters have been seen to be positive about that.
Nampamu Jacqueline continuing with her so far good record, but this over certainly being more of the challenge because it's her third over consecutively on that side, and that means that they are now used to her kind of bowling, and they will look to try and change the story because currently the narrative has been there is no any scoring of runs from her side, and that is not what the Mburo Blasters are willing to stomach.
Swing and a miss. The experienced Eluko Esther enjoying her glove work there. I'd also like to shout out to the coaches of these teams. The Mburo Blasters is coached by Ivan Kakande, who also is dealing with the Fort Porto Kasese Hub, doing a great work there. The Bunyonyi Warriors are handled by Consulate Aweko. The ladies in red. And the other franchises are handled by different coaches who continue to also gain that experience in coaching. Closing off the 12th over, back to the cricket here. The Mburo Blasters are 70 for the loss of 1 wicket.
I can't. And now I'm confused.
very new into the bowling attack this afternoon is Nyangoma, steaming in from the shell end side. Very good pace there. I can liken it to Malisa's pace, but of course Malisa's is better controlled, has much more confidence in it. But that pace, you know, very good from that youngster who starts out by getting it through the pads of Glingish. If not very certain about her movements, catastrophe might strike.
Mariam Nyangoma indeed straying down the leg, giving the extra. And I know it's now it's the second part of the game, and probably she's looking to defend because she's seeing only the 40 runs left. But I would have loved to see left-hand bowler coming over the wickets to a right-hand batter and just ask those interesting questions, tactical and technical questions of the right-hand batter. Otherwise, at the moment, it seems to be a bit of an easier task because the batter is expecting that ball to come back in or just stay straight by the wide line. And so the task becomes quite easier for the batter compared to when she's bowling left arm over the wickets. I would have loved to see that technical aspect, but I guess the game plan at the moment is that she has to come left arm round the wickets. Not necessarily to pick the wickets, but to control the game. Of course, bowling to left-hand bat is also a different story because in this case, bowling to Arugo Josephine means that Joyce Merritt means that she's now kind of having a bit of a matchup to her bowling, and she has to make sure she stays clear of that leg side, or else Arugo Joyce Merritt may just hit her for a boundary on the leg side.
She gets that much needed strategic contact, if I may call it. Because with that pace, anything on that bat allows you to actually take a run or two. So this time it is a bit square of the wicket, allowing them to take another single. For me, it's the consistency that the Blasters are playing with, making that match attempt not to go below 6 runs every over. And sometimes gifts like those continue to contribute to that target of nothing less than 6 runs and over.
Again, interesting sights of the Ginger Road and industrial area on your left in that image. But back here, it is Nyangoma Mariam who has to keep working hard, sweat for her side. We call it sweating because it's only the 35 runs that she has to play with. She has to work with in defense of their 109 total set up earlier by the Bunyonyi Warriors. Certainly just about 11 runs short of their 120 target.
And yes, there is a much needed contact, even if it was through the inside edge of the bat. At least it races all the way to the boundary. And Mike, all these add up to nothing less than 6 runs and over. Very good passage of play for the Blasters.
What I find also interesting, as you can see in that replay, this time she's bowling over to left arm, but then that's not the best matchup because anything inside or with contact of the bat will give an opportunity to Arugo Joyce Mary, who gets a boundary, much needed boundary. And yes, it is at the end of the day woos and blues for the Warriors that are Bunyonyi at the moment, just with only 31 runs to work with. And that brings up the end to the 13th over, 79 for 1. The Mburo Blasters.
Bowling change, right arm over.
Applauses and positive messages are coming in from the Mburo Blasters dugout because a victory looks like is possible for them. Mike, I'll continue to emphasize that the Blasters have worked so consistently to ensure that they are not anywhere below 6 runs and over. And in these 13 overs, scoring 79 for just the loss of 1 wicket. They're still operating at a bare minimum, 6 runs and over. Victory definitely looks in sight for them.
Yeah, indeed. Staying within the asking rate was the only way. But Asumim Akrut is the bowler that has come on, and she is definitely trying to string together some dot balls. Already a couple of dot balls in the first 2 balls. Much needed for her team.
And that is powerfully creamed through the cover region. 2 dot balls, trying to keep the Blasters a bit quiet, but they're not allowing to concede as many dot balls as 3. So they'll rotate that strike even with just that 1 run. Also taking the advantage of the left-right hand combination.
I was actually just thinking that this is a rightful opportunity for Asumima Crew to actually pick up the wicket of one of these two, either left-hand batter in Arugo Joyce Mary or the right-hander in Greenwich Shadia Nabulime. The reason I say it's an opportunity is because of the way they are not only rotating the strike, but also showing that eagerness to still strike at 6 and over. Even when they are dot balls in the over, they seem to be almost forcing the issue at some point, and that is where the opportunity for the wicket comes. But again, it's not any pressure. They still have their 9 wickets in hand as the Mburo Blasters.
Beautifully creamed there. Beautifully creamed. And this particular over is the first one that we are seeing. Is the first one. This 14th over is the first one we are seeing of the Blasters scoring less than 6 runs. And this particular 14th over, they have scored 4 runs. Slightly bringing down the rhythm that they have had, but I am sure because the coach has sent a message to the batters, must be something like, let us maintain our run rate. Michael, what do you think about those remaining 6 overs? Are the Blasters able to pick the remaining 27 runs?
Oh yes, it's actually within their reach, because that's a very good equation. 27 off 36 balls. You can't ask for a better equation, especially with 9 wickets in hand. It's all to play for. And this is also a great opportunity for someone like Gringi Shadi and Abulime to say that I can actually also rise to the occasion, get an opportunity to be even considered for the Victoria Pals in the nearby future, or at least the Uganda A. And that is exactly what should be at the back of our mind, even though now there will be quite a good challenge as Immaculate Nandera will look to come on as a new change bowler.
27 of 36 balls. Very good equation. In the morning, we saw something like 23 of 24. The equation didn't go well for the fielding side in the morning, as the batting side won that game. The Victoria Strikers won it by 6 wickets. But things look better here for the batting side. The Blasters being able to pick a single on that second delivery.
You do mention the batters, indeed. I particularly am impressed even with Shadia Gringish Nabulime, because even when her partner in the opening pair left, that is Jamia Mohammed, she has still anchored very well and showed the resolve and the character to say that she can still deliver the side.
Confidently struck by Glingish, who is continuing to pile her runs. Slightly below that desired strike rate because she is 34 or 44. But what she has done is to play that anchor role for her side, allowing every other person to express themselves, while she also contributes to the total by expressing themselves, by expressing herself. And indeed, because she's given room to Arugo to express herself, she goes big. It's just that with that turn of the ball, it went the unexpected side, but at the end of the day, they were still able to pick a run.
Well, in such tournaments, always there are good combinations and tactful permutations, things that do come out in terms of technical interests and focus. But what I would have loved to see is the likes of, say, Immaculate Nakisui, with all her experience, probably to come on and try to pick up a wicket. And while we still think about that, you can still have a good view of the aerial Lugogo area, because Immaculate Nandera is stringing together some dot balls here. Except when she now strays off, giving away another very crucial run. That's exactly what the Mburo Blasters are looking for.
Going big! And we're seeing another maximum. Going heights, going miles. And that is a 6. Scored by Glingish.
Lined it up well, got under it, gave herself room, and gave it a good account of herself. Good impact right in the middle of the bat for a maximum.
That maximum makes it the 7th that we have seen in this tournament. The Mburo Blasters continuing to tighten the loose ends, continuing to stamp the authority on the wicket this afternoon, continuing to make their coach Kakande Ivan proud after a tough under-19 training camp in Jinja. I feel that this display this afternoon is one of those that Coach Ivan Kakande and Brian Mark Masaba will be very happy about.
Just earn it. I need just contact, yeah? Only 4, yeah? Don't allow, yeah? Only 4. Contact. Don't allow, only 4, yeah?
Swing and a miss. Akurut Asuman continuing to do her magic. Before you know it, that over is done and dusted. But she's keeping them quiet. This her particular over is also one of those that has been quiet.
No run.
But you see, they are not accepting to be kept quiet because they are all pushing. And pushing. The Mburo Blasters are 94 runs. With just 2 balls to close off that 16th over. Unfortunately, a miscommunication there. Glingish tapped that ball, but there was not clear communication whether the run was needed. And of course, that ball being in the capable hands of Rita Musamali, not such a good idea to try and run. Mike, if you observed, she didn't actually hand in as fast as she usually does. She only lofted it to ensure that the bowler in Asumin completes the run out. And the Blasters lose their second wicket.
Yeah, that's what experience gives you and offers you in this context, because we've seen runouts missed by either the fielder throwing that very hard. As you can see there, it was a nice duck. Both caught guilty of ball watching. Ritam Samai just lobbing it, recognizing that all she needs is to get that ball to the bowler. And Asumi Makrut just completes a very simple run-out effort.
Arugo dismissed for a humble 12 of 16 runs. But that 12 runs has been a good supportive play with her partner Glingish. Very sad to see the back of her shot, but their struggle for the first win continues as Glingish screams this one through the vacant coverage on allowing them to take 2 runs with an overthrow. There's an opportunity for a 3rd run, but because that came close, they were not able to take the 3rd one. Very interesting cricket here, Mike.
Speaking of what is exciting, is look at these Mburo Blasters. The first wicket stand, 57 runs. The next wicket, second wicket, 37 runs. So indeed, yes, those 12 runs of 16 balls were not in vain. Joyce Mary Arugo contributing very handsomely to the story of victory so far looming for these Mburo Blasters. And indeed,
closing off that interesting 16th over, the Mburo Blasters are 96 for the loss of 2 wickets. The equation gets interesting. The Blasters dugout gets bubbly and excited because all they need is 14 runs off 24 balls. What an equation.
You have the ball.
Hanifa Nampa moved back into the bowling attack to deliver her last to close off her bowling quarter, but she starts it off with a wide, even making the equation easier for the Blasters, who now require 13 runs off 24 balls.
Nampamo Jacqueline there with a shouting. But probably it was a bit of an inside edge. No, it is actually acknowledged as a bye.
In the frame, that replay there. Too high. Hitting up here, looking a bit too high from this angle. And there is that strike again. Because Shadia is not a joking subject today. Shadia, who plays for Wanderers Cricket Club, is not about to joke about anything. She strikes that, cutting it beautifully, racing all the way to the boundary and allowing them to take a very hard 3 runs. You can see that the 2 of them are exhausted.
Very well gapped there, right over the infield, cut handsomely, making sure that they get the most, but it's just over the top and it's a comfortable one.
Top edge, everything there counts as runs, Mike. You can hear the Blasters dugout celebrating everything that gets onto the bat in whatever shape or form, as long as it does contribute the runs for the Blasters total.
Well, I'm still on the fence on this, but going by the statistics, it doesn't lie. Clearly, the Mburo Blasters have been in the driving seat right from over number one up to so far this particular 17th over. Again, it's a matter of height, and this time a bit of the direction that ball delving a little down the leg. But again, credit to that young lady in Gringish, Shadia Nabulime. She has stayed in right from the first ball. It is now the 17th over still going on.
Comfortable, beautiful, confident shot there by Mercy, who is able to signal to Glingish not to attempt to come back for a second, because they don't want to put themselves in any risky position. The dugout for the Blasters will not keep quiet this time. Interesting passage of play here for the under-19 outfit in the shape and form of the Mburo Blasters. Touch and go. Is the science there? And Glingish makes it home safe and dry. The body language of the Warriors starting to drop. But closing off that 17th over, the Blasters are at 105 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Nampamu completing her bowling allotment of overs with figures of 18 for 1 in her 4 overs. Quite a display and a contribution for her side, but not good enough to pick up the wickets and impose pressure further onto the Blasters of Mburo. It is end of the 17th, 105 for 2, just a 5 runs of 18 balls.
A workable and a reachable equation that the Blasters have is 5 runs of 17 balls now, because Ichomar has been brought back into the bowling attack to bowl her last. Hasn't yet picked a wicket, but there's belief that she could maybe create some damage. But Mercy and Glingish continue to go. Glingish has an opportunity to convert. Half century, the first would be. But even at this point, Glingish is probably the top scorer, who has the highest score. Coming into match day number 3, Kevin Awino at 34 was the highest scorer. We've seen a 40 by Alako this morning. Seen another 40 by Iluko, 38-40. So Glingish seemingly able to try and push, but that does not happen as she ends on 46 after a stamping.
I think Gringish seemed to listen. Gringish seemed to listen to you about getting that boundary. Gringish, and unfortunately to her demise, she overstepped that ball and ran past it. And currently the score is still 4 runs to go.
We beg your pardon. In the replay, it is Mercy who steps out to try and strike that ball hard. But a stamping is effected by the capable Esther Iloko. The equation still not that complicated for the Blasters, as they require only 4 runs to be able to win this game, to pick their first victory in the Great Lakes Women's T20 tournament. Match day number 3.
The Wolves continue as the Bunyonyi Warriors are looking just to go through the motions at this point in time because they know that it is only those 4 runs to win for the Mburo Blasters. Brings up the end of the 18th over. Mburo Blasters at 106 for 3. Nampera Sonia is the new battering as Gringish Shadia Nabulime on her Ida Duha Day celebration. It would only be fitting for her to celebrate it with a half century and a match-winning performance for her side, the Mburo Blasters.
The equation seems to not be a complicated one, but the fall of wickets sends a bit of shockwaves down the spine of the coach as well as the dugout, who have gone a little silent but still believing that they can possibly secure that win. Glingish playing that one to that short cover region, allowing her to get to 48 runs and bringing that equation even closer for her team, the Blasters, to requiring just 3 runs to win that game. And Nampera Sonia, MVP of the Girls Schools Cricket Week, turns back and hits that one square of the wicket, allowing them to run 2, which brings the score over the tying total and allowing the Blasters to comfortably secure their first win in the tournament. An excited under-19 outfield there is able to secure their first win this afternoon against the Bunyonyi Warriors. What a game, Mike. What an interesting passage of play for these youngsters. What a belief right from the captain through to the coaches and through to the players. A very good game of cricket this afternoon, Mike.
From the word go, that run chase was spirited, focused, very intentional, and the results are inevitable. Currently, the Blasters on a high, ending the day on a high, and that's exactly what they were looking to do. It wasn't an easy run chase, but they made light work of it with their consistent approach.
Glingish Shadia, who is a Muslim, today Eid for her, flowers to her, ended on that 48 of 53, not out. What a good story. She's been able to front load for her team together with the captain, Jimia Mohammed, to be able to secure that first win in this tournament. It has been tough days for them as they lost all their games in match day number 1 and 2. But today, match day number 3, they secure their first victory. Such a motivation for the under-19 outfield. An exciting time. And here I have not been by myself. I am Naomi Kayondo Bagenda. And in the comms box, I have been with Mike Ondiko, who shall be coming to you with the post-match presentation. A good evening. Thank you very much for staying with us, our viewers. Just before end and close of the day, we will have a post-match presentation by my colleague, Mike Ondiko. Thank you very much.
blasting away to their victory today, the Blasters of Umburo Blasters. Mic check.
Check mic 1 2. Check mic 1 2. Check, check mic 1 2. Check mic 1 2. Check mic 1 2. Check mic 1 2. Original. Hello? Lilian. Mapenduzi. Because
Mic check. Mic check. Mic check, we're on. Okay. Welcome. Welcome to the Women's Great Lakes Tournament, T20 tournament right here at Kampala. It is day number 3, and we've had all the matches coming through. Match number 6 being completed between the Bunyonyi Warriors and the Mburo Blasters. And before we go any further, I would like to invite the captain of the Bunyonyi Warriors, Rita Musamali. Yes, Rita. How has been the day for you?
First of all, I want to congratulate the other team for over the win. We didn't put up a good score. Our target was to score 120, but we were less by 9 runs, and the bowlers didn't bowl well actually. Yeah.
Staying with your target, what really happened in the middle there? Because there were some partnerships that seemed to just tumble along the way. What could have been happening to you as a side?
First of all, I want to thank my top order batters. They, no.
They seem to be going very well, but along the way, what could be the challenge that could have let down your team?
After the top order batters, I think the people who came in after, we didn't contribute any runs. Yeah, I think that's what let us down.
Okay, still another opportunity for tomorrow, and wishing you all the best in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
And that has been the captain of the Bunyonyi Warriors. It's never easy going out, down in any match. But right now, the victorious captain of the day, Captain Jimia Muhammad Abdallah, welcome to the stage. Mburo Blasters having gone down 2 games today, the win. How are you feeling?
I'm actually feeling so excited because, yesterday it was a tough beginning for us. We lost all the 2 games. It really hurt us so much, but still, we never dropped our shoulders and we came back hard this time round.
Having had the opening partnership of 57 runs with Gringish, Nabulime, generally, how are you feeling about your ranches going about this game?
I was feeling so good because my partner listened to me and we batted according to our expectations because that was our team plan and we needed like 5 per over, but the other overs we got some bonuses. Like in the first over we got like 10 runs, so it was a bonus on our side.
Were you satisfied with the bowling unit having restricted the opponents to 109?
No, we didn't bowl to our expectations, but then nevertheless we never gave up. They got 110, but we actually needed to restrict them to 90. But still, after that, they executed because at first they looked like they are going to get like 130 and above, but our bowlers came back hard.
All right, well done to the entire unit and to the Mburo Blasters. Wishing you all the best in the rest of the game.
Thank you.
And that has been the captain, Mburo Blasters. And the victorious team, of course, had a player of the match. And the player of the match, that is none other than Gringish Nabulime Shadia. First of all, congratulations to you and the team.
Thank you.
And your 48 or 54 balls, how did you go about that?
Actually, in the power play, we had to take charge the opening pair. The good balls were respected and the bad ones had to go to the boundary. We took charge as the opening pairs.
All right, congratulations to you and happy Eid Adua.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And that is what we have today right here at the Lugogo Cricket Oval. It has been another wonderful game of the Great Lakes Women's Tournament. Thank you.